Kokolioko, chicken they grow for day.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently, and that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call it the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. Our next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we are focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our 5th priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what's I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is, first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So, for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after these things called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country, is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government, because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the how's. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates expiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country we will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken they crow for day.
Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like empty river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving all the way. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, stick. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you come, man, yeah. We coming. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Thank you. If you can hear me, please give me a thumbs up. I'm trying to find this video. I don't know where I dropped it again. I think it's in the general. Okay. All right. How are you this Sunday? I hope you're doing good. I hope everybody's doing fine. I hope everybody fire up, everybody on the social media all over the place. I want to wish you guys a happy week, new week. Sunday is the starting day of the week. So we have an open mic today. Everything is on the table. But I'm going to start with this. Whatever I say here today is not representing ANC. It is my view, and it is my right as a Liberian citizen to speak out. I have the right to speak about any political party because it's public. What it is public, you can talk about it. We're not going to insult anyone. We're not going to disrespect anyone. But all we're going to do is to just call people, to the attention that you made a mistake, you said something that was wrong and whatever. But my first statement here will be going to Senator Darius Dillon. I listened to Senator Darius Dillon today on Spoon TV. I pity the condition, and I want to say this to everyone. Everybody loves to throw the blame. Everybody like to give excuses. But I expect Senator Darius Dillon to be a very smart man. I respect him for what he said and how he carried himself. That's his problem. But for Senator Dillon to go on national TV, radio station, and try to accuse ANC or Mr. Cummings causing problem within Liberty Party, it is a shame. Nobody is happy about what's going on. But let me say this to you guys. One, Liberty Party don't even have a standard bearer. There's no standard bearer in Liberty Party. They have a political leader. And Liberty Party is not even contesting for the leadership or the standard bearership within the CPP. ALP, the same thing. So guys, it is the right of every political party to dive into the two parties to look for delegates. And it is the right of these two parties to negotiate with ANC or Unity Party. What's in this thing for us? If we support you, what you will give us, are we going to get 3 or 4 senior positions? Are we going to? That's what they do in politics. Let us stop fooling ourselves around here. But I understand where Senator Dillon is coming from. He's pissed off because you know what? He and Yombly have made up their mind to support Mr. Bwaka, which is nothing wrong with it. But I'm not going to teach him, I'm not going to advise him. If I was in Dillon's shoe, if I was in any other political party and I'm a leader, by this time I would not have spoken anything. I won't say nothing. I will wait for the last day and make a decision who to support. But whenever you see a leader, Dillon is a leader. He's a leader. He has a voice. When you speak very early, you create a problem. So this CPP, we came together to collaborate. At the same time, they are still independent political party. Don't let them fool you. Go and read the document, because I'm not going to go back to that document. From the day it was signed, they abide under the rules of CPP, but at the same time, it is their right to recruit. Liberty Party can go within the ANC and take a member from there if that member want to join. We're not running a church house. We're not. Look, what good it will do for us to split Liberty Party. But at the same time, we are into a collaboration and we are contesting for the standard bearership. And for anyone to win, they must be able to convince other members to have their votes. Liberty Party they are not contesting for this chairmanship, for the standard bearership. ALP are not doing anything. Who is Mr. Dillon or Yombly to dictate the right or the will of the people within her party? They are member of the party, but they have the free will to decide who to vote for. Okay. Bility said, and I listened to this wonderful tip that everybody talk about. Bility said, we should come together as a group and see what we will benefit if we're going to support anyone. They're not supporting Bwaka. Yombly supporting Bwaka. She spoke with her party before doing it? No. She spoke with her members before doing it by herself. She and Dillon just got up with Zago, because Zago, he's from Lofa County. He said a long time, along with the other boy. They all decided to support Mr. Bwaka. That's their interest. Nobody forcing. But let's say this. They seen Liberty Party. There was a split in Liberty Party 2017 when Yombly and others went to George Weah, supported CDC. Dillon and others supported Mr. Bwaka. They've been having split long time. And the same Dillon had a serious problem with the late Bromskin concerning the constitution, that the power was into Bromskin's hand and they want the power decentralized because Bromskin had too much power. You see, sometimes we do things, but we don't look at the future. When we're writing constitution or writing things, we are not wise enough to think what's ahead. It's just like people some guys or women that never got married before in their life, and they had the opportunity to build a house. They decided to build 2-bedroom house, or sometimes 3. But then when they got married, they think about buying 4 or 5 children. They born all the kids. Then you say the place small for you. But you fail to realize when you had the opportunity, you never thought about the future. It's a fact. So tell me where ANC fall in to break up Liberty Party. Dillon said something today. We are collaborating. So once we are collaborating, it is our right to use your building. We can ask you to use your building. And he said that, why if Steve Zago be walking around with Yombly? If Liberty Party had a standard bearer, if they had somebody within the party who want to run for the standard bearership in the Liberty Party, Bility will not be negotiating with either the commies or the Bwaka, because there's somebody in the party who won that position, but nobody running for it. Nobody. So you telling me because you leaning to Mr. Bwaka, so everybody should follow you? That is wrong, Mr. Senator. That is wrong. Don't even advise ANC, because ANC has nothing to do. You created the problem yourself. You created the problem. How can you sit there? You say your constitution was not active and you had this constitution operating for so long. And you try to dive, but you say, I'm not go. We in collaboration, we are collaborating. You supporting Bwaka is the right of ability to support whoever you want to support. Inviting Mr. Cummings to your head office when we ask you to use the building, the compound, and your chairman said yes. We need to, you talk about decentralizing. Why we should go and ask Mr. Cummings do not run the Alternative National Congress. The Congress, the ANC, day-to-day activities is by the chairman, the secretary, they run everything. Mr. Cummings will abide by the laws of ANC, and because he honors CPP and CPP. So do not give any hypothetical thing, or let's say suppose. That's no supposition. They're not supposed and be running around with Mr. and Bwaka. You had your program turning over ceremony. Your chairman and your executive committee members, along with the CPP, why you could not have your turning over to your head office. Instead, you went to Liberty Party and did it. Don't you think you caused the problem too? Don't you think that's where the problem started, after you went to the hotel and you guys shook hands and everything was okay? But you sidelined your people, your chairman, your secretary of the party, you sidelined them, and you took the turning over ceremony to Unity Party head office to endorse Mr. Bwaka. To endorse Mr. Bwaka. Every political party always do the turning over ceremony at their office, not to take side. Not to take side. Mr. Cummings went to the URE office and head office and took over. Yombly went to ANC office and took over. Bwaka was supposed to come to Liberty Party office, but instead, you went there to make the whole program look like an endorsement. And don't you know that you caused the problem? And today you're saying that you guys are in the CPP. We are collaborating. When Mr. Cummings' name was all over the place, insulting Mr. Cummings, calling him criminals and this and that, where were you, DeLong? You came out to say anything? You were only posting and making all kinds of sarcastic remarks about this document. You ever came out and said, guys, listen, as much as I will talk about this document, do not disrespect Mr. Cummings? You said it. You are very ungrateful, Dylan. You are very ungrateful. Today, it's not going your way. So you try to show him. Can you tell us, are we spoons who are asking? You said that Ability is working for George Weah to damage the CPP. Do you have proof? Do you have proof? You know, when things not going our way and we come up and make statements, our so-called political leaders are the problems. Are the problems. Everything going fine. We pity your condition. We understand you created a problem. You said Ability was solved. Some of us said we criticize your decision when you brought Ability in. And you said it's none of our business. And you had a whole show trying to justify abilities. Now Bilete doing what is right. He has turned from Saul to Paul and try to prosecute whatsoever come his way. And then you create your problem, not us. You create the problem. We know you guys want to leave. You are not putting up a candidate, but at the same time, you are causing a problem within the CPP. Let the people of Liberty Party and ALP has the right to vote for whoever they want to vote for. They has the right to support whoever they want to support. You don't have a candidate. You don't have a candidate. Or because you think you're a leader within Liberty Party, so you can control it. 2017, you never control the group. 2017, it was divided. In fact, majority went to ANC, to CDC. Where were you? Where were you? Majority of these guys went to CDC. Where were you? Now today you want to come up. I'm sending a warning to ANC. You're sending a warning to yourself, Senator Dillon. But I want to tell you this too. You should understand. Don't allow popularity, because we make you. We made you. We gave you the support, financial support. We did it. CPP. It was not Liberty Party. It was not Liberty Party. It was CPP along with other friends. You disappointed your friends. They're not disappointed. You disappointed them. You created the problem. You are one of those who created the problem within the CPP. Leaders speak last. This is not no rocket scientist. Go and check. Go and check. Every leader, you must be the last to speak. When it comes to endorsement, when it comes to endorsing anybody or to speak on a national issue, you must be the last. You can't have 4 political parties. We have the consensus building. We got the VPS. We got the primary. We have not started the first process. You consider yourself a leader, a popular guy. Everybody, Dillon, the light. You only want the light to shine on you. You came up. Now you confess finally that you prefer Boyka any day over Mr. Cummings. That's your choice. But as a leader, you should be the last to speak. You should be the last to speak. Yombly should be the last to speak. Your party do not have anybody to contest for the chair, for the standard bearership. It is the right of the 2 parties to go and look for members. It is the right of ANC to convince your people that we need your vote. It is your right to tell us what's in there for us. But you trying to dictate to your party that you can bail up and you can take the entire party delegates and give it over to Mr. Boyka. You lying. You lying, Dillon. You only will be in Monrovia. And all this thing, I see people, you can't warn ANC. Giving ANC a strong warning, Senator Dillon, I think you're getting it wrong. We are not happy for what's going on in your party. We need everyone. You said something, we need everybody. Yes, because we need everyone, you should have played a bigger role within the CPP. When all this Rick role going on, you yourself, Dillon, know there's nobody tamper with that document. You, Dillon, know the sincerity and the honesty of Mr. Cummings because you walk with him, you stood with him, you all talk together, you all had a lot of conversation together. You know what Mr. Cummings stands for. Don't go and take your problem and complain. Oh, Mr. Cummings did this to us. Mr. Cummings did this. Why? Because Mr. Cummings used your place. If you was a smart man, you are going to go there. We collaborating. Why would you want to stop us? Why you took the turning over ceremony to Liberty Party office and you expected us to go there too? Why? Why? Steve Zago, everybody, pay your dues. It is your business. You can take it to court. You can do whatsoever, but it's not ANC responsibility. And I want to make this clear. I'm not speaking on behalf of ANC. I am speaking as an ordinary Liberian who has the right to question any political party in Liberia as a citizen. I don't have to be part of your party if you're wrong. It's public. It's nothing. You see, that is where they fool our people. Y'all go back and read the document. You see, in CDC today, the Coalition for Democratic Change, CDC, Congress for Democratic Change, still has the right to recruit, to take NPP people to register over to them. There is nothing in the paper say, do not take my members. There is nothing in there. It's not there. You still supposed to recruit. I can still go to ALP and take the Secretary General, say, can't work for me. You think politics are church house? Every day you're fooling Liberian people as if you're the only person I know, but it catch up with y'all. It catch up with you guys. And we will stand up and we'll continue to say it. We want the CPP to hold, but we will be honest to ourselves. You call yourself, you say you're an honest guy. Speak out. Tell us who's the problem. You came to America, you went by, you and Yombly, you changed. Okay, that's your right. You want to support Mr. Barker, you support Mr. Barker. You can support Mr. Barker any day, anytime. It's up to you. But don't go on national TV and try to warn ANC, saying that ANC is the one that causing problem. 2017, your party was divided. And your party still divided today. Your party still divided. You are never going to win Monserrado County on your own. Never, ever, without the CPP. Never. If there was no CPP, you will have never won Monserrado County Senator, because if other people are going to get in that race, Dylan, you're not going to win. But because of the collaboration, that is why you are blessed. You are supposed to instill the same discipline and the same coordination within that party. Do not allow nobody to come and go on national TV because you succumb to Yombly. How you feel? People still support you. Don't get me wrong. The people support the devil. I don't care what the devil do. Suppose they support the devil. Suppose they support George Weah. Suppose they support other people. But don't go and complain and try to lie about ANC is the one that ANC caused the problem in your party because ANC use your office, because ANC use your place. You and your chairman, don't you know that your problem in Liberty Party today caused from the day when your chairman came out? The executive committee members, they wrote and said, we will not participate in the turning over ceremony at the Unity Party head office. They wrote, your sidelined these people and went there. Don't you know that where you caused the problem from? Because you guys had just came from a meeting where you shook hands, you agreed that everything was fine. You agree. You were the one that broke it up. You were the one that broke it up. You're trying to force your party. You're trying to push your delegates on one party because of your selfish interest that you want for Yombly to be. We know everything, Dylan. We told you before. We said we heard. That is why. And I'm going to read some of the messages that people put on Facebook. People who supported Dylan. We need everybody, but if we cannot speak the truth, my people, at the end of the day, we all will go on our own and let everybody fight their own battle. God for us and we all fight. God for us and we all fight. Listen, I will not eat crap with shame. I supported Dylan financially, morally. I spent time on internet supporting Dylan. There's nothing I wanted for Dylan. Not even a handshake. Not even a handshake. But God knows that we did it because we wanted change. And not because he messed up. Not because he lied. I mean, there's no good Liberians. There are still good Liberians out there. That's me. One Liberian failed. I do not give up on the other Liberians. Not because of another Liberian came out and was pretending to be earnest and start to blunder and begging. That means there is no other good Liberian. There are still good Liberians. There are still good Liberians. We supported Dylan financially, not just by our mouth. You know what I'm saying? But for you to come up and try to blame other people for your nonsense that you created in your own party. You sat there today, you go on spoon, you preach it. You preaching, oh, we must work together, we must do this. Why you never came out? Do you know the role you were playing? You knew the trump card that you had in your hands? You think Liberty Party gave you the senatorial position in Montserrat County? You lie, Delon. You lie. Liberty Party never gave it to you. Liberty Party never gave it to you. Never ever gave it to you. We supported you. Mr. Cummings supported you. You know Mr. Cummings. He's not a criminal. You have sat with him. You said it before on yourself, by yourself, that this man here, he's a different human being. Because of selfishness, because of you and Yombly trying to bring your tribalistic thing, because you're from Grand Bassa County, came to America, you had your own thing. Oh, go there, we'll take the entire Liberty Party. You could not do it 2017. You can do it now. You think you want to control everybody? You sold your soul, my brother. We're sorry for what happened. It's not us. It's not us. You causing the problem. Let you here today telling us that Ability is working with CDC. Some of us decided not to speak on this issue. But as long as we pity it, we will make people to understand. We will not sit there for you to think that you will just, because it will take us time to clear the air. So we must clear the air when it ever happens. So ANC people, don't forgive me, but I'm going to clear the air the way I think that is to be clear. We'll not sit there for anybody to just come because they think that they got a 9 years job, that they can just go on Spoon or on a national radio and just say trash about other people. I expected you to be smart, Dylan. And you're a smart man. You're contradicting yourself. Oh, CPP, we are collaborating. We dare to be together. What is the big deal when we use your head office? When you are doing it to disrespect everybody, turning over ceremonies, CPP have a secretariat. CPP is comprised of all the political parties. Whenever there's another, the only thing is that the chairman will come from this party. The secretariat will be controlled by the secretary of that party that is in charge. They wrote the leader. No, this will be done on this date. Y'all took it, you and Yombi took it straight to Liberty Party, Unity Party head office to have an endorsement to disrespect another political leader. You think we're stupid? You did it purposely to disrespect Mr. Cummings. You guys were melting all into Liberty Party, into Unity Party business. You, Yombly, the Uri, you were all into Unity Party business. After you guys were a member of Unity Party. Oh, nobody said nothing about it. Today, now you cause your own problem. Then you want to blame Mr. Cummings. Shame on you, Dylan. Dylan, shame on you. I still like you. What other people say you like to lie? Yes, you can lie, but you still get some truth in you. But shame on you on this one. Shame on you. We must show you guys some tough love. That because of people like you, people don't have respect for politicians. They say politicians lie. Politicians lie so much. They don't even know what to say. They just lie. All over the place. I will read some of the comments here. In fact, let me just forget it. There are a lot of comments out there. The same people who goes on social media, insult Mr. Cummings and said this, today the same people speaking against you guys now. You caused the problem because you don't want to speak the truth. You don't want to speak the truth within the CPP. We should push everything under the table. Where were you, Dylan? You ever utter any damn thing from your mouth to say, Ure? The same thing we're talking about, leaders speak last. When you're in an organization, the common member will start from his supervisor before taking the case upstairs. When you're up there, when you hear anything, you discuss it with your people. If you got any information and you know it's credible and you stand and you want this thing to hold, you are going to go behind closed door first. Just how you did with Liberty Party and it came in the street. It always will come in the street when somebody who have different motive. And you sat there, you went and purchased, put a $13,000 down for a new head office. Then how will you say you want to solve the problem? You went and solved your own problem, but you created the problem again. You created the problem again. This is not fair. You know, when you're doing things, if you don't be careful, it will come back and haunt you. We're sorry. It's not us. It's because of your own trick, your own mindset, that you couldn't wait and you were listening to che. They say, you want to do this, you want to do that. You brought Yombly convinced you. Yes, that's your political leader. You had a problem with that same constitution with Mr. Bromsky. Y'all say Mr. Bromsky had too much power. But today now, you blaming somebody for your problem. The problem you cause. You cause your own problem, not us. Not us. Not the ANC. Not the ANC. So, Senator Dillon, I wish you the best. You can go to the Supreme Court. We pray that you guys will solve your problem the best way. We need each other until you can leave the CPP. If you want to split the Liberty Party, we got nothing to say about it. We got nothing. All this thing you guys are doing is just so hateful. It's because of Mr. Cummings. And let me tell you, y'all will not defeat him. Liberty Party, in their dream, cannot even defeat ANC. Let me make it understand. Forget about you coming third or fourth or third in general election. I'm not saying that you can't win Grand Bassa County, but even winning Grand Bassa County now is a war. You won Montserrado because of us. Our financial support, our campaigning, talking to people, doing things. That's why you win. It was not on you. It was not on you. But you were only concerned about your winning. You were only praying to God, and everything other people were saying about you, it coming to pass. Dillon pretending. Today, now you sitting, you remember when Sir Joseph told you, say, Dillon, you even come to the place here. Don't worry, you can't change nothing here. And today, you sitting on the 30,000, you finish eating it, you're waiting for the next 30,000 free dollar to eat again. So we know people who know the system, that they're eating and they're doing the work. That's how some people do it. They collect the 30,000, they're eating it, at the same time, they're doing the work. It's the same corruption. It's the same corruption. That money could go to schools, hospitals. It's almost $3.4 million. Going on national radio, TV, talking about ANC, are warning ANC. On what? On what? You're not contesting. If I were you there, you're just telling them, you'll leave. You'll leave. And carry Mr. Boyka where you want to carry him. But if you think you will break the CPP, we're not going to be part of the breaking of a CPP. We know that some people say the CPP damaged, the CPP no respect, they damaged the CPP. Yes, we agree. But my Liberian people, I'll tell you, don't be convinced. Don't be carried away by all the news. Say the truth. Mr. Cummings have never one day said that the CPP should break up. Let us speak the facts. Who go on national TV or radio or internet and talk about breaking up? Is Unity Party, ALP, and Liberty Party. Leader, you can't just jump up and that's endorsing. You create problem in a collaboration. You're supposed to be the last. If you want to vote for against Mr. Cummings, you can vote against Mr. Cummings. You can campaign against Mr. Cummings at the convention. You can negotiate. You can see what is right. But when you start selling your spot on time, then you're useless. You're not a leader. You're not a leader. You're just a damn greedy better swan. Sorry for saying that. I apologize for that again. But I've said it already. I apologize. But that is not fair. You posted something one time, and when I call you, oh, you're trying to attack me. I said, listen, you're wrong, Dylan. Stop posting, or you were testing the water to see if anybody was going to add your name on it. You cannot post as a leader. You cannot make certain statement when you are a leader. Let's turn it around. If it's in Mr. Cummings' shoe, Mr. Cummings, nobody in the ANC contesting, and Mr. Cummings come up and say, listen, I'm going to support Uri, or I'm going to support Dylan. What message you sending to the other person? That is undermining, is backstabbing, is Brutus. When Brutus stabbed what his name said, Caesar in the back, they knew, they know that this CPP framework based on consensus, they must agree. So they say, listen, Mr. Cummings will not go nowhere. We're coming to put it right in your face that will support the old man. If it may invest, he can leave. And when he leaves, he's not going to run because no party will contest until after 2023. That's what his framework said. That I mean, put it there. It been there a long time because they were trying to strengthen the CPP. That the same as Uri say, if anybody try to break up the CPP, you should hold it, your public should hold them responsible. The same Uri confess that with all the things they did to Mr. Cummings was very calm. Then today, you won't blame Mr. Cummings because you can see your own shadow again when the sun is up. You can't see your own shadow anymore because you have forgotten about the shadow that you don't even look around again to see the position of your shadow. Then you blaming Mr. Cummings for ANC problem. We pity it. We pity that condition. And let me make it clear again. What I'm saying here today, it has nothing to do with ANC. When you look in my background right now, what you see, the general. And I support Mr. Cummings any day, anytime until after 2023. My mission is after 2023. If the Liberian Post say they don't want Mr. Cummings, then we'll retire from politics. Then we can find something else to do. Maybe if God gave us long life, we must try something too. But I stand with Mr. Cummings any day, anytime. But as long as I stand with Mr. Cummings, I will speak the truth, whether you like it, if you don't like it. Even from the ANC, I will speak the truth when it comes to the ANC. ANC did nothing wrong. Mr. Cummings created no problem because he refusing when nobody have asked him to go as VP. Then he just said that because he refusing, who am I or you to ask Mr. Cummings to go as VP to anybody? It is the responsibility of the person you're talking about to ask Mr. Cummings. Why Mr. Bwaka can't go to Mr. Cummings and say, let's build up a team. Let's put a team together. You think Mr. Cummings begging to be vice president or really begging to be president? If the Liberian people say no, Mr. Cummings will live with it for the rest of his life and will be history. But it's not going to change his life or change his family life. It's not going to change my life. I'm not going to be disappointed because I don't even know if I will see it the first thing. So I don't put my whole basket in the thing and say, oh yes, and by the time Mr. Cummings get this, then I will do this. No. It's all because of Liberia. That is why some of us were spending days and night hours on social media to convince our friends. That is why we're getting insults from you guys. That is why people continue to insult us. Please share this video, guys. Share it. Share this video, please. That is why people insult us every day. Let me answer this question there. It's 100% if Mr. Cummings is the president of the Republic of Liberia, Legislators should get ready. They will never ever receive $30,000. It's simple. We call it pay for play. The $30,000 is in there, so they cannot refuse to sign the budget because they got money in there. You understand? If Mr. Cummings is president today, legislature's salary is very easy to be reduced. It's easy. The executive writes the budget. If we tell them that we cannot pay the salary, they got no choice. We will take it to the people, and the people will go after them. And we'll cut down most of the benefits that are not necessary. They got money for scholarship too. You don't know that? They got different money. Yes, it's no problem. But what is the reasons of the 30,000? Free money, legislative engagement, legislative project. For what? Senator got 30,000, representative got 30,000. So what the hell is that? So it will be abolished. It will be abolished. I know some people getting pissed off. They say, why everybody is Facebook user? I did it. I decided to block the names of people. So when you look on here, you will see Facebook users. You know what I'm doing that for? I'm just testing something. I don't want to see the names of people. So at my system here, I said I do not show the name of the people. So I don't want you to go after something. So if you want to cause Facebook user, you can go ahead. But when you see Facebook user, you don't know who's the person, no identity. So I, the only person, can see your name. If I want to see your name, I am the only person right now to see your name on your comment. But I just did that so you can't think that, oh, what the hell going on? Facebook user, yes. I block everything so you won't be able to see their names, but you will see the comment. That is why they are doing everything possible to stop him. But if God say yes, nobody can say no. You are right. They are doing everything to stop Mr. Cummings. Why ABC only want to be president after retiring from America? What did he do for Liberia, for Liberian and Liberia during his jolly years in America? Okay, Mr. Facebook user, I just block your name, so I don't want to call your name. But let me just explain to you. You yourself, your question don't make no sense. Don't make no sense. Ellie Johnson, what she did for you, what Darius Dillon did for you, what Joe Boakai did for you that he running, what Bernard Ure did for Liberia that they running. Tell me. Even a man will make president today, George Manewia, what he did for you. He played for Liberia. They got other Liberians who play for Liberia. He played football for Liberia. You getting it? So I want you to be smart enough. The question you asking is a dumb question. You don't need to do anything for anyone before you run for office. You getting it? You got all the people, the Joa Howard Taylor, what she did, what Charles Taylor did before you're making president by killing Liberians, what Ellen did before you made her president. George Weah by playing football. So if we can make George Weah president because he played football or because he helped one or two person, because George Weah ain't helped me, I sure he ain't help you, but Mr. Cummings helped other people. Mr. Cummings did a lot for other people. And also, when you retire, when you build up your life, then you get into politics. But because our damn greedy belly people, politicians, by the time they get a small opportunity, when they say, oh, I like you, they go into politics. What have they done? What they did in your community, and what are they still doing today? That's a disgrace and shameful question to say what Mr. Cummings did from America with all jolly you're enjoying. You think Mr. Cummings is supposed to look for you and give you money? Mr. Cummings has his relatives. Mr. Cummings help other people. You understand? Since I decided to keep your name, I will not say anything, but that's a dumb question. And if you reply to insult, I will expose your name and block you. Today is open mic. What's the number to participate? I will put a number up. Hi there. Okay, guys, I will put a number up. Okay, this is a long one. I support without financially, without knowing his true color. He simply used the CPP to get where he's at today. He is not objective at all. Dillon and Yombly Kanga are responsible all trouble in their party. Yes, I agree with you. They are responsible. I just said they're responsible. They sat there and created their own problems. Then today, okay, they don't have Facebook. I say ANC cannot win Maryland County. My Facebook user, you are one of the dumbest human beings I've seen again. How in the world winning winning Nima and Maryland County will it give you the presidency? No, no. The most popular man in Liberia during the election was George Manawia. George Manawia was the most popular Liberian ever. He won Maryland. And Mr. Cummings, who you say you don't know, came second in Maryland. Madam Fu or Mr. Fu. You get that? They came second. He came second. Bopolu, that closer to Lofa County because Bopolu was part of Lofa before. The vice president was defeated in Bopolu by George Weah, the most popular guy. And in Lofa County, Mr. Weah came second to him there. You see that? You get it? So talking about Maryland, it sounds stupid. It sounds very stupid. I don't know when you will ever win. When you're running for president, you don't worry about counties. That is why some people would never be president. You see the people that come from Nima County want to run for president, they will never win because you know what? They think because they're from a big county, they got everything. No. Because they are tribalists. They think that they own, even with the people from Lofa County, you get 10 Lofians, the Lofians will spread a vote and leave you out. You getting it? You should be ashamed of yourself to even ask such a question for a man or Liberian who served only 18 months in politics could go that far. That is why you're afraid of him today. Because you know what? He's not tribalist. He don't worry about county. He's running for the president of the Republic of Liberia. He's running to be president. So sometimes I'm going to give you guys tough love. It's not an insult. I'm not insulting nobody. But sometimes some of the question is just dumb. No doubt the mighty CDC will remain in power for 2023. That's your right to speak it, and it's up to you. Don't worry. When the time comes for campaign, you will understand what it means to campaign against CDC. They will know for true. We ain't ready for you. What Mr. Cummings want to do at the ANC headquarters? What Cummings went to do at ANC headquarters when they were all in Christ? I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I don't know. What Cummings went to do at ANC headquarters when they were all in crisis? I don't understand the damn thing. I don't know what Liberty Party is talking about, so you can change your thing and put it back again. I don't understand it. Today's an open mic, so there's a different person talking right now. Cummings should not have aligned himself with fake people like Dillon. You are 100% right. But you see, in politics, sometimes these things happen. You can never get rid of these people. All politicians and some other people know how to pretend. But if you are not an honest guy, it will always come up. Your deeds will bring you out to light. So the light that Dillon thought was shining on him, the light have exposed him too. Because you see, there's the thing here. It's like a criminal beating another criminal, and just to find out you're a criminal. Getting it? So that light that was shining on Dillon, also the light was on him, but he thought the light was showing the way, but he don't know that the light was actually on him. Yeah. So Dillon is completely fake guy and certified liar. I agree with you. It's up because he lied as a Mr. Mystery Senator. I know. I know Mr. Senator. CP will hold. I wish a hold. Okay, Dillon lies to the Liberian people. That everyday song, man. I'm not forget. Okay, bring that ability to ANC and see what he's going to do. The man is a well-documented international criminal. Okay, Mr. Facebook user, you say the man is a criminal. I have no proof. Dillon was the one who made Bility chairman. How can a criminal still be outside? How can a criminal not in jail? If you say international criminal, there's the same Dillon who came on national TV and on Facebook and defended Ability. So it's up to you guys. If Mr. Ability join ANC today, y'all will see the difference. Y'all will see what. Look, we concerned about who will head the republic, and when we get an honest or truthful leader who transparency is number one, and he cannot waver, he cannot change, all the corrupt guys will follow. Now, Ability is now turned to be Saul and Paul. So Paul prosecuted all the wrong people and he fought for the Bible. But at the time he was Saul, he got rid of the Christians. So now, Ability is doing what he wants to do. They can do that. They can carry on that fight. We ain't got nothing to do with it. I cannot believe how these ANC folks glorify this criminal called Ability. I guess he's their only hope. Big mistake. You are a damn liar. We do not glorify crooks. We do not glorify Liberians. We glorify Liberians. We respect all Liberians. You are the one that having a problem. You, Unity Party and the Liberty Party, you created your own problem. You must solve your problem. You know what I'm saying? You are not corrupt. By supporting Mr. Bwaka, you are not corrupt. But by supporting Mr. Cummings, that means they're corrupt. It's up to you. You will live with it for the rest of your life. You come a big mistake. It's up to you. Y'all will go to court. We're not the one that going to court. Cummings is no saint. I believe he would be worse than we are if he gave him power. You are a liar again. You are a liar. You have nothing on him. So the first thing, he's not running to be president because he got to make money. George Weah ran for president when he already broke. Let Dillon right there. Dillon was a broker. When he got in there, today he can brag that I can get 13,000, I can get 4,000. What is dues I can pay? So let is Mr. Bwaka the same thing. So when you say Mr. Cummings, at least your own, for now, he's not. So you giving your own prediction, and your prediction based on against and hatred. That's all. You hate Mr. Cummings. That is why you giving that stuff on. Okay, Kamina Fandon. Thanks for watching. All right. Okay, it's watching. You are no different from the corrupt government. Okay, fine. Someone say I know different. Me, or I don't know what they're talking about. We know you, Mr. Cummings. You are a very humble man. Yes, we love Mr. Cummings. Yes, he's a humble guy. Okay, so guys, I am a proud supporter of Alexander Cummings. Any day, anytime. They don't want change. Yeah, they don't want to change, but let me try. It's sad. The road and school projects in Riverside promised by Ability still happen. Still happen. I don't know. You can go asking. I'm not from Riverside. Ability just a chairman of your party. Then you say he promised there. Okay, guys, I will be posting a number up so you can come and help and give so you can give a contribution. But for that, for while I'm posting the number up, we can take a quick 10 seconds. Let me see. We can take a little break, just 1 or 2 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, guys, I think if you can hear me there, Let's go back to our. Okay, let me see. All right. So we are back again, and I just went to do a few little. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, let's just take this quick break. Quick break.
Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like empty river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving up away. Yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, speak. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you coming, yeah. We coming.
Okay, guys, I'm back again. So let me go back to repeat myself. The problems within the Liberty Party is not from ANC. The Liberty Party caused their own problems. They've been having the in-house fight for so long. For so long, they've been having it. This is not yesterday. This is not today thing. So it's been happening a long time, and they've been doing whatsoever, all kinds of things they've been doing, but it's not Mr. Cummings. Yeah. You remember when Yombly took the turning over ceremony at the Unity Party head office? Liberty Party wrote and said they were not going to participate because the political leader unilaterally make the decision to take this thing there, and which was wrong, and I don't think it was fair to other people. So let me post the number up there so at least I can receive one or two calls before I leave. I'm not going to stay too long. I got other stuff to do. And let me. Okay, you can call me on this number if you want to participate. And please, if you call, and it's an open mic, it's an open mic, and an open mic, you can say whatever you want to say, but don't go into depth. Don't stay too long on the phone. At least 2 minutes will be okay for you, please. And I don't like to take people off the phone like that, but please let us just keep it in 2 minutes. So if you make your call, 2 minutes will be okay for you. So I beg you, please, let's just do it the best way possible. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Okay. When you see me, I'm not saying something. Something I'm trying to do here because I'm trying to play with this thing here to see how to fix certain things here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, I guess. Okay, yo, you guys watch the. I'm going to play back Mr. Cummings' speech and how he describing his agenda. So just stand back. Let me play it for you because at least some people did not watch it. So let me just play this one. Since I'm doing something here, let this one be played at least for us to watch it. Let's see. Chicken necro for day.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently, and that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. Our next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we are focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our fifth priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what's I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is, first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So, for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after this thing called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country, is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government, because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the how's. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates expiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country. We will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken necro for day.
Okay, yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's you just heard it from the man Marv himself. That's the only guy with a plan. That's the only man, Alexander B. Cummings, who telling you exactly what he will do, what we can do as a people. And his message have been consistent. I have never seen a politician in my lifetime that tells you exactly what the plans are. Go and do the research yourself. Go and do it. But you see, Liberians, if we don't like you and we feel that we're not friends with you, so we cannot support you. I support Liberians and I support Liberia. So I don't need to know Mr. Cummings to support Mr. Cummings, but Mr. Cummings is the one who stands above all other politicians. The man who is willing to work for the people. He don't need to worry about himself anymore because God bless him. Mr. Cummings is just like you, my people. Mr. Cummings was born in Liberia. Don't let nobody fool you. He's not a Congo man. He was born right in Liberia. Dolo, I just posted the number and you call it my other number. Dolo, I posted a number. Hello? Okay, listen. You told me to post the number. I got another number there for you to call. And you call it this number. What's there? You want to tell the people that you know me now? You want for the people to say, you must say setting up something again? I call the other number, man. Okay. So, this man was born in Liberia, just like you. Went to demonstration, went to CWA. He was president for the school. He went to Cottington. He worked with LBDI. He made his way to America, went back home and came back again, hustling like any other Liberians. And God bless him. He was successful and he decided to go home to serve his country. When people say, why Mr. Cummings forced to be president? Oh, he ain't forced to be president. But the other people who there now, who messing it up, they forced to be president. Sometimes we ourselves, we have our own problems. And yet people say, you don't worry about the government. What you need to go home and do what you can do, and what you can do as for Liberians and do it. What about the government that eating millions of dollars? Why you think we put them in charge? You live in America. You ever saw one day the candidate that you voted for coming to your house to tell you hello? He even need to speak to you. He wouldn't need to tell you what he's going to do when you vote for him. That's it. Why we can't do the same thing? Why we travel for? Why we travel? To just come and make ourselves look like a fool and go back home and carry nothing home? So tell me, let us stop saying these things. What you did for Liberia, what should I do for Liberia before I can run? The first thing I'm a Liberian. That's not my responsibility to build roads. That's not my responsibility to build schools or to open business. So I'm not a businessman. If I open business for myself, fine. If I implore people so that means they should vote for me, you see, that is the wrong thing. Because I implore people, I open business so that means Liberian people should vote for me, stay wrong. Because I went to Liberia and open companies So that means they should vote for me because I have companies and I employ Liberians, so they should vote for me? No. Or because I went to Liberia and help other Liberians, so you think they should vote for me? No. Vote for someone based on what you think they can do. Not because this man, yes, at the same time, this man who opened businesses and all over the country, if he think that things are not going right and he want to run for president, yes, he can run for president. But why if this man is not even qualified? In a sense, he qualifies as a citizen, but still he's not managing his business properly. This man had a business that he can't even manage. He's not even managing his life. Then you expect him to manage other people's life? Eh? George, who want to play soccer? We voted for him. Why we shouldn't vote for other people? So you won't tell me that nobody qualified? Somebody just made us comment here. I will be honest with you, Mr. Cummings can never win President Weah. You see, that's why sometimes I like to sometimes listen to Fagon once in a while. You know, Fagon always say the truth. But some of the things that he did that people look at and say, but Fagon, you put this thing on yourself. CDC, there's Congress for Democratic Change and a Coalition for Democratic Change. Minus CDC, Congress for Democratic Change. The majority within the coalition is the NPP and LPDP. It's not CDC. It's not the Congress for Democratic Change. That is the biggest mistake people are making. Congress for Democratic Change. They are now more powerful than a National Patriotic Party and the LPDP party. They are majority. They are majority. CDC have never won anything out of Montserrat County. Everything was right in Montserrat County. For you to say that Cummings can never win, Mr. Look at the nonsense. Eh? That is why we think that Liberia will not go anywhere. Because we believe that Liberia is not supposed to develop. Liberia will never develop. Because it has never been developed. Eh? Liberia will not do this. If they can vote for George Weah and people seeing it, the man who is not doing a damn thing, so that I can just get people to get out of the shelf. Why do you think they can't vote for other people? People dying every day in Liberia. People are struggling in Liberia every day to make ends meet. People have not taken pay for Christmas. But most of them now they're going to Ghana, they're coming to America to come and enjoy themselves. They just sit there and won't be talking about the nonsense. That nobody can vote for against George Weah. George Weah said the people voted for George Weah fine. The road that he paving, you're not going to put food on the people's table. It's not even it will not even create one job. One job it will not create. It will not bring nothing extra to Liberia. These are all feeder roads are right in the same city. Look at the issue. They got long-term and short-term. What's the short-term program? What is short-term program? The corruption is at the highest. Now today you want to change it around and say I will do this and do that when it's already on record that money got missing from that country. Let's stop it, man. Let election come. Let election come. You got the first 6 years. The first 6 years to convince the Liberian people. The first 6 years. You convince them. And you will come back and ask for another 6 years. That means Liberians are stupid for true. That means Liberians are stupid. That means even the international community will not help. They will not help us. They will not help Liberia. They will not help Liberia. How do I say the line is too busy? Okay. If anybody, I will take the responsibility. They say the line is too busy. So put your number there. I will call you right now. The person who said the line is busy. Anthony, the line is not busy, man. Anthony, the line is not busy. Okay. Now, and Henry Yango, you don't have to leave it all to the government for development. You are part of the government because they are working for us all. You don't have to be part of the government before you contribute to the country. Henry, I disagree with you 100%. Do you know how many Liberians going home to do the personal business, build their houses, and whatsoever? You said they should be part of the development? In what way? You know the responsibility of government? Why you think they're paying them? It is not your responsibility to build roads or hospitals or schools. If you want to do that on your private business, it's fine. But when a Liberian go there to do business, you are part of the development already. Don't say you're part of the government. You guys make it look as if that is why senators and representatives building schools. What the government doing? What are the governments doing for the people? Government responsibility is to protect the people, number one. Protect your citizens. And even if you bring in business people in the country, you will protect their money. It's not a citizen responsibility. We voted for people to manage the country. Manage the country. Why we always do this? So because I'm a citizen, I go home, I build my house, I got a nice neighborhood, I do my little business, I'm okay. It's not part of the development. It's not part of the development. Or we should put money to go build clinics. That's BS. That's nonsense. You ever see it happen in America before? Why you think people pay taxes? If people want to do it, they do it on their own generosity. They want to be generous, it's fine. If you want to go to a community and say, oh, I will build a little clinic for my community, it's up to you. But it's not your responsibility to fix roads. That's why you pay taxes. It is not your responsibility to build hospitals or schools. That is why you pay taxes. If I go and build a school, a private school, I won't be charging. And even if I got enough money, as I'm a millionaire, and I want to build schools and give it to the government, that's my own business. So what the government is doing, then why we got government for? If government is doing it and we're not doing nothing, fine. I don't expect government to go in your house to clean your house. That is why I expect someone to tell me, government don't need to come in my house to clean. But government need to clean. If I don't clean my house, government need to penalize me. If I don't clean in from my house, government need to fine me and penalize me. That is what government need to do. But government can come in my house. Because if you don't clean your house when government try it, they fine you, the individual. If you don't cut your grass, they will fine you because they want the place to be beautiful. So if you on a main road and your building is dirty, you must paint that building. They fine you if you don't do it. You can't be on it. You take the main road and in front of your house is dirty. It is your responsibility, not government responsibility. But at the same time, it's not your responsibility to clean the street. That's why you pay taxes if you're paying it. So please, I disagree with you, Henry. On that one, I disagree with you. Let us be honest and tell our government what they're doing, what is not. So we all know our responsibility. Every Liberian citizen should know their responsibility. But now nobody know their responsibility because there's no more civic in school. They don't teach our children and government. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what your responsibility as a citizen. You must abide by the Constitution. You must abide by the government. You must respect the government. You should do things the right way. It is your right to protest. It is your right to petition your government, your lawmaker to resign or to leave office. All these things the Liberian people don't know. They don't know. That is why you see representatives all over the place got schools, universities. Where are the teachers? Where are the teachers? Building all they put in the big buildings up. No gym, no laboratory, no nothing. People opening university on Broad Street. Yeah, we need to stop these things and we need to stop it. He's still coming back again. You're wrong, my brother. I don't want that. Nobody will buy it from you. Thank you. Somebody just told you. Anthony just told you it's not the citizen responsibility. It's not the citizen responsibility to build schools, build roads. And listen, for Liberia, the government responsibility, if anybody who are smart, government need to build schools, roads, hospitals, and put in regulations that people will abide by the laws and stand by it. Let the justice system be okay. When the government paved the road from Monrovia all the way to Logatuo, and that road is paved, somebody will buy the land on the highway and put a little gas station. The next man will come and put a shop or store. The next person will put a garage. The next person will put a hotel. So, oh, but when they guy come and break down here, at least he can sleep. From there, all the other development now is done by the citizens. Government don't put buildings up, but government will draw that demarcation. They will draw up the city and say this is what you can build on this side. But the roads in between is done by government. It's done by government. It's simple. You think in America, do you think government put all the buildings up? No. Government just put the roads and people start developing on their own. Developers start coming up. People start putting houses, but they just tell you which type of house to come on this place. But in Liberia, because the government is lack the wisdom, it's on the book, but our people, our own government officials, they steal from our people. They do all kinds of things. They allow people to build on government land. Then later on, they want to break it down. So government responsibility is different from the citizens. We abide by the laws. We pay these people money. That is why we pay them. We give them security. We give them car just to make it easy for them. In the type of country that we're in, Liberia, people representative making more money than anything. That is why everybody want to go into government. You just heard Mr. Cummings put me on record, and I interviewed him the other day. Put me on record. I will not take a penny. My salary should go to this group they call the Anti-Corruption Commission. That means he's serious about corruption, because corruption is causing too much problem in Liberia today. Because of corruption, that is why we don't have good schools. Because of corruption, that is why we don't have a good health care. Because of corruption, that is why our police have not been paid, our nurses have not been paid. People who are doing the real jobs are not getting paid. People who just walk to government office and leave and go back home, and they're getting everything, taking all the bribes. For what? And we're not doing nothing. But we're going after our innocent and poor Liberians who are struggling. Who are struggling. That is wrong. That is totally wrong. That is wrong, my brother. We stage because you have people from other countries who are doing business in the country. We, the Liberians, love to work in office and refuse to do business. So I don't see anything that's stopping us as a Liberian from doing business. Okay, let me educate you a little bit, Henry Yango. Let me educate you a little bit. Let me tell you what Liberians do to each other today. One, we don't trust ourselves. Two, when a Lebanese man, when a foreigner or Nigerians come to your place to do business, they are prepared to bribe any day. Maybe you never work in the system. Maybe you never work around that place to know what is going on. There are Liberians who left from here, and which I would not call his name, who went to Liberia and took a client to get a contract to build houses, to be part of this whole project. They told him that we will give you the $25,000 check, but you must give back $5,000. So your book will carry $25,000, and technically it's $20,000 we're giving you. But the Lebanese man, the Nigerian man, the whatsoever will do it. It's wrong. Then what you expect this man to do? You increase the price, then you expect money back. And let me tell you, not because one Liberian failed in a business, that means you cannot continue the process. If a Liberian man take a loan and he messed up, go after him. But at the same time, other Liberians should have the the business. I know people who went to the bank during Ellen Johnson time when they used to take loan. People took loan 20,000, they received 15,000. Some people took 25,000, they received 20,000 because somebody to the bank have to eat. And most Liberian feel that if I take this money, I can still turn it around. But guess what? Who going to pay that 5,000? Who going to pay it? But the Lebanese man don't care. He look at you for nothing because the Lebanese man charge you. There's a guy, may his soul rest in peace. He died now during the child stealer time. He came from the States. He hired a girl. This man tried to get a contract to buy cars for the judges. You know, child stealer bought this CRV and Honda and Jeep for all the judges. This guy put a bid in that he could get these cars into Liberia for under $22,000 at the time. This dude ran after that thing, ran after it, pushed all the links. To his surprise, who they give it to? They give it to Alliance Motor for $35,000. $35,000 that government paid for one of this CRV Honda for the judges. That guy never got it because you know what? Somebody got the cut. Somebody got the cut. This man went home to see if he could do business. He had the money to finance it. And how much for the CRV at the time? In America, at that time, CRV was, like the guy was talking, the guy said, if you're going to go to the factory, you're going to get it cheaper. But you could buy the CRV for $15,000, some places $14,000. So he was going to get it for $22,000 to ship it and do everything, which was fair. But they went to Alliance Motor, a Lebanese man. They seemed to African Motors when they were bringing the cars for all the senators and representatives, the trooper. Government paid the first $4 million down to go and get that car. Where they took it from? Lebanon. You know, sometimes I don't understand us. We don't trust our people. It's not Liberians do business. But you know what? Because Liberians are not good at business. Because the way the system work, Liberians don't like to pay taxes. I will agree with you on that. They don't love to pay taxes. But if one Liberian mess up and you go after them, all the other people will be serious. That is why it hurts some Liberians who, even right in Trenton, they got a lot of Liberians that are cooking. They got other Liberians who got the register, they got a restaurant. But they got other Liberians cooking in the house. It's wrong. I cannot get my restaurant and I know you and you taking my customer. I'm paying taxes. But you cook in the house and you're not paying taxes. When that person reports you, then you mad. American man will report you. This guy who opened a restaurant across the bridge on 413. She used to bring, she have shop, but it was not a restaurant. She used to bring the food and the people go and buy it. The guy who near her, the guy went and complained and said that she's doing things illegally. Luckily, she just opened her own restaurant. But in Liberia, everybody selling Kobo shop, they ain't registered. There's another way that government could even talk to these people to open a little business, they pay taxes. We need to educate our people to pay the taxes. Liberians carry continue to sell the stuff, they don't pay taxes to government. You know what I'm saying? The similar Lebanese man. The Lebanese man pay taxes, but he paid to some individual. The Lebanese man, the Fuller man, all of them go to Liberia to make money. They go to Liberia to make money. But the East, they want to make more money. They bribe the government and they make money. But Liberians will not bribe you. So what you need to do, since they do want to bribe you, give them the opportunity. But when they don't pay, you seize whatever you can seize from them. But don't take money from them. Even if you're taking bribe from the Lebanese man, fine, but don't take bribe from your own people. They all think that in Liberia, now one Liberian got one. Nigeria, the richest woman in Nigeria today, she was able to go and get investors. She got the money. She got one of the all black in Nigeria. That woman, she's a multi-millionaire today. You know what I'm saying? But no Liberians, and Liberians will go and hustle and get somebody to come back and buy one of the oil blocks in Liberia. Hustle. But no, they're not going to get it for you. George, we are nephew and cousin went to Liberia for them to build houses. What they did to him, they pushing aside. We got other Liberians who went home with business partner, and they pushed the Liberian aside and tried to hijack the businessman. The man carry his business, they want share in it. They must bribe you before you do business. It's corrupt. That is why Liberians do not do it. They don't go on it because we don't give our people the opportunity. Eh? We leave from there, then we say, oh, Liberian can do the job. No, but we leave from Ghana, Liberia, and go to Ghana and bring a carpenter and bring somebody to come build your house because you believe that Liberians cannot do it. If they don't do it, you take them to court. That's it. So, my brother, Liberians now refusing to do business. Even the ones that are doing good, they're going through hell. They're going through hell. They don't want to register, yes, but they got somebody in government who is helping them. Eh? Listen, Yango, we all Liberians are our own problems till we love to love ourselves as a Liberian and put that our country first. We will not move. You see, I don't understand your thing. Yes, we are our own problems, but this is the thing. When your government is almost like your parent in a house, if your parents are not disciplined and they don't discipline you, you go out there, you not make it because our country our leaders are not disciplined. All our leaders are corrupt leaders. All our role models in Liberia are very, very corrupt. So when we're growing up and see Mr. Jones in the yard, had nothing. By the time Mr. Jones started working government, we see Mr. Jones coming every day with plastic bag. We see Mr. Jones start to change his house around. We see Mr. Jones into a new car. I myself, I want to be like Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones don't want to talk to me anymore. Mr. Jones now he's different. You know what I'm saying? So that is the problem. So if you want to tell me the main people who are the problems are the so-called educated Liberians, the ones that who live out of Liberia. These are the people that go back to Liberia and create the problem in Liberia. So the ones in Liberia are not the problem. Look in the government, check it from Ellen Johnson, the Charles Taylor, or whosoever, but look in this present government. Look in this government. Look at Nathaniel Magee. Nathaniel Magee get his family people in America today. His family people are in America today. Samuel 12 from America. Jefferson Koji from Liberia, but now he got a girlfriend and whosoever live in America now. You know what I'm saying? But look at all the top officials and the minister of gender. Her family live in America. She's supporting her people in America. At the same time, she got to be in Liberia. So look at every one of them. Look at Chokonkui. Chokonkui is an American citizen. He got a American passport, but he's in Liberia. I have the right to call his name because he's government official. He's public. All these guys live in America. They want to go to Liberia and spend time and come back. Every one of them work in the government. They got based in America. But these are the people who say controlling Liberia. These are the people that could not even put into place good governance. George Manuel Weah, his family in America. Yes, because he's president, so the first lady is back there. But he got things that he got to solve today. He got a house today in France that he never had before, where his son live. He get houses all around the world today from the same Liberian people money because he controlled, because that's what the other leaders were doing. The other leaders were doing it. They use government money to campaign. So George, we are doing the same thing. Who going to stop it? Who prepared to stop it? We don't need to pull no poor men back into office. We don't need to pull any poor people back into office, my people. We need to put a hard leaders. And I believe that Alexander Cummings is that one who prepared, because Mr. Alexander Cummings don't need Liberian people money. God bless that man. My people, this is not about bragging. But when somebody say, God bless me, and he's still doing it, you can prove from what he's doing He got the biggest organization in our history. No organization is bigger than Mr. Cummings' organization. No organization in Liberia, Liberian organization. No Liberian, nobody, no Liberian want to get a bigger organization than Mr. Cummings' organization. No. So you must know it worth millions of dollars. Doing other things. That's not your country money. That's not your government money. That's not taxpayer money. He pay his taxes too. And he pay his taxes regularly. He got over 200 people right now on his payroll, and they takes pay on time, excluding his foundation, his security, his driver, they're not being paid by ANC. The security to his house, his cook, and all these people, they take pay on time. Yeah. They're not ANC paying them more. That Mr. Cummings' own thing. So he got all these people working for him. So do you think he really need our money? No. Whether he's president or not, he will still do what he's supposed to do. But his name will be in history that he ran for president. Liberia is 174 years old. We have had over 50 people who ran for office. In fact, more than that, I ran for office. And only 25 Liberians so far have gotten to that position. You see? So let us be honest. We just need a leader, because you see, the executive has the power. We need a leader that will say, enough is enough. We need that change. We need that change. That's all. My brother, Liberian problems are so many, but the most important two, from my view, is accountabilities and trust. Okay, I agree with you. Accountability and trust. The government don't trust themselves, the first thing, because they are criminals. They are not sincere at all. There's no accountability. And then when the next government come in, instead of them chastising the past government or auditing the past government, they let it go. Tell me why George Weah could not audit the Ellen government. Why? Even if Ellen bribed George Weah, if Ellen was even giving George Weah money, George Weah still could have proven to the Liberian people that he's serious. He was supposed to audit Ellen. The NOCA, the millions of dollars that got missing from over there, that Ellen admitted and took full responsibility. She took full responsibility for that missing money. The first $10 million that he was using all over the place to build stadiums, that were the people money. That the money Robert Salif was using to build all the small recreation centers, that the people money were using. But she said nothing about it. Why George Weah could not order this woman? Even if you don't want to go after something, but let the Liberian people know that you did a thorough auditing. Why? So who to be blamed? Who should be blamed? That means President Weah too is not honest to Liberian people. He's not honest to Liberian people, and that's the fact. He's not honest. You said the same millionaire thing about President Weah. Now you're coming back again with this money then thing again. Don't say yo, because it was not me that ever said that President Weah was a millionaire. Technically, President Weah was a millionaire when he was playing football. Because of what he make in soccer, he put in the millionaire bracket. But Liberians who were in Liberia, they saw President Weah living in Liberia before he became senator. People who lived near President Weah's house, they saw that house was dark. There was no light. People saw all the cars on the floor. People saw Mr. Weah using other people's cars, using Hassan Belete, using Edwin Snow car until he became senator. And still there was nothing there until he became president. That people who put it there say he was a rich guy. You know what I'm saying? But nobody is saying that Mr. Cummings is going to take his money to put onto Liberia. I'm only telling you that if a man who tells you, I'm not going to take salary, he said, because God bless me. President Weah, who we said was the millionaire, Never utter that thing, say, I will not take salary from y'all because God bless me. He couldn't have said it because we know how he was living. We know how they were living. But we know how Mr. Cummings living. Mr. Cummings got a house that he don't need to get any extra house. Mr. Cummings will not build no new house when he become president. Mr. Cummings got a place to stay. Or the government will give him place if he's president, to the mansion or whatsoever. So Mr. Cummings not going to put 1 billion down. Mr. Cummings not prepared to put his children in government or his relatives or any other people around here. He's not going to do it. So it's clear. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know, my brother. We're not trying to tell you, say, Mr. Cummings is a millionaire, so vote for him. No, 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 no. We're trying to tell you that, yes, God bless him. But he don't want to say that he don't want to pay. He said it, and we believe it. We believe it. And we seen it. Go on Facebook, go on Google, go check, put his name, Alexander B. Cummings. And all his nothing high. Nothing. There's nothing fake. You can go and check it. Who is Alexander Cummings? So don't worry about and all this nonsense people say about this and that. Okay, stand it. If he is rich, let him contribute to his country with being rewarded with the presidency. You see, stand it, you're another one again. You say because the man rich, he should contribute to his country while all being president. So the other people who you make president, who because he played football, will make him president. So because Mr. Cummings now, we say, oh, Mr. Cummings rich. So let he just reward the country or even being president. That's his right to run for president. All the politicians have promised their people in Liberia, when they lost the election, they can leave. I went to Liberia 2018, I saw where they were digging, but because they got lost, they were still sitting there. They had to cover the land because someone almost died in the place. But Mr. Cummings is still in Liberia, still helping people, still building things, still doing a lot of stuff. I think I need to read something for you. Let me tell you what Mr. Cummings have done in our country. So if you think, because we always say that, because oh, you must do this and do that, but doing it is saying me that it will make you president. But he's not telling you what he's doing. So let me just show you something here. Let me show you. I will read something here for you guys. Let me read something. I think we need to start telling people now about Mr. Cummings. Okay. Okay. These are some of the things that Mr. Cummings do. There is no Liberian, ordinary Liberian, have done more than Cummings in Liberia. But this man don't talk about these things. Because doing all these things, they say me that I'm telling you to vote for Mr. Cummings. But sometimes y'all get to us that we got to do it. This man in Bond County, just recently, not even recently, Mr. Cummings donated a 5 kVA generator to Baratwa High School. Not the forget about BDR. Forget about BDR. High School and at the Atlantic Intellectual Center in Bond County. Mr. Cummings donated a radio transmitter to Radio Harper in Maryland County. We ain't got to talk about all the nonsense here. Mr. Cummings donated $6,000 for the construction of Balogodu Mosque in Lofa County. His family contributed. Mr. Cummings contributed $5,000 to Maryland County for the National County Sport Meet that he told them, not because I support Maryland, but he made a contribution to them. But he don't, because you see the things that it's not his, this man said it over and over. They asked him, he said, listen, Making a donation, it don't mean that Liberian people should vote for me. It don't mean that Liberian people should vote for me. That's another one. Constructed the bridge that connecting big town to Tottenham University in Harper. That's what he did again. He did all this thing and went back and finished them. And even after he lost, he never ran away. He told the people, thank you. What else this man should do? What you want to do? This man donated 20. Oh, when I just talk about it, $25,000 to the Nima County Community College to build a place there. And he never attended that college. He roofed the agriculture college at Grand Bassa County again. He did it. He also launched the Cummins Africa Foundation to cater to less fortunate Liberians. In less than 2 years, implemented 22 quick impact. Look, it's so many. You know where I got it from? This was sent. These are all the things, but we got to be bragging about it. This man gave over $30,000 worth of equipment to University of Liberia. He never attended University of Liberia. This man helped public schools. Since they thing came to the corona, this man go to clinics in different counties, ventilators and water, different things. He donating. He don't have to come and be bragging about it. The man said, listen, if Liberian people don't want me, I would live with it and I will go back to what I'm supposed to do. I'm a philanthropist. When Mr. Cummins lost the election, Mr. Cummins was offered jobs. Mr. Cummins' position was still open at Coca-Cola. Thought that he was going to go back there until he told us, no, I retire. Mr. Cummins, whatever he said, he believed in his word and he always stand by his word. If Mr. Cummins tell you this, if he's going to change it, he will either upgrade his word. He will upgrade it. So if Mr. Cummins tell you today, say they're not going to jail you tomorrow, if he get the facts, he might tell you, say, listen, you must go to jail. That means that's not flip-flop. When you upgrade your statement, it's not a flip-flop. A lot of things Mr. Cummins has done for Liberia. Lot. We can go on and list, and I challenge any Liberians to debate that and show me, compare all the candidates, all the politicians, even including Mr. Kiasa doing it, but he just coming. But what Cummins have done in Liberia, the only STEM school, the only high school in Liberia when it comes to science, technology, engineer, whatsoever, STEM school, built by Mr. Cummins in Ghana'sville. He's supporting a school that's taking care of caterer, that people learning how to plait hair, how to cater, how to bake. And when they finish, they get loan to go do the jobs. You know, let the whole CP team, will put everybody together and they will explain to you. Because it is time now, we must explain to our people all these things. We can't sit down anymore and allow it to just go that way. We're not going to allow it to happen. Yes. Yes, Tony, how about you, man? He refused. So it's not about Mr. Cummins being president or want to be president. Mr. Cummins never insists that we must make him president. It is his right, and he only needs the privilege. He only asks him for your help and say, give me the opportunity. I will do more. As an individual, I cannot do more. I can't change the system. I can't change the tax code. I can't change the security thing. Mr. Cummins will pay for his own security. Mr. Cummins, everybody going to die one day, but what will happen to us? Mr. Cummins will, if there's no good hospital in Liberia, Mr. Cummins will get on a plane unless it will go around to carry, but he can go anytime. Just how George Weah going, he is can go. Just how President Weah and his officers and other people who got money can leave the country to go to hospital, Mr. Cummins is capable of doing the same thing. But he's saying that we can do this, we can change the system, we can make Liberia a better place, we can stop the stealing because the power is within the executive to stop it. all the raping and whatsoever going on. There's no law and order. That is why I supported Mr. Cummings. That his first priority will be law and order. If you're not disciplined, you will not succeed in life. Discipline comes with everything. You must be disciplined. Because of lack of schools, teachers are not being paid. We don't even have teachers. And lack of primary education. That is why I supported Mr. Cummings. Lack of infrastructures. We just put in quota. We say, oh, we're fixing road. We're not doing nothing. No electricity, no good drinking water. How can we create jobs? That is why I supported Mr. Cummings, because he is the only man who is clear. His blueprint is clear. He continued to tell you that this is what we can build on. Infrastructure, you can create jobs. Infrastructure, that means when you get companies to build them, you got to stop the stealing. You got to do other things. And I'm going to play it for you again. I want you to listen. Maybe you just joining me, but I'm going to play for you for your first time. If it's your first time or you have seen it before, share it. Share it. Ask the question. This is what we can do. He's not the most, he's not perfect, but he's honest. If you don't have a plan, you can't make it. You see what barren president we are today? Because there is no plan. President Weah came to power. It took them 9 months to put together the pro-plan, the pro-pope for prosperity agenda, and they never went by it. Today, President Weah is building the invisible park. We don't know who's the engineer, but President Weah go there every day and explain to Liberian people what he's doing there. That is wrong. It's the initiative is good, but the president going and explain, oh, see over there, we'll put a fee, and this one will do the one. So who's the engineer? He said, you see, every time when I go and come back here, I bring new idea to put on a place here. You just stocking it together. Oh, you see, I want people can leave from here and go to Ghana to get a train to park. Who the poor man leave from Liberia to go to Ghana? Who? That's not true. So I'm going to play it again. I want you to listen to Mr. Cummings. Listen to him. This is not about rocket scientists. This is not about education. This is not about what. He's a Liberian and he believes in Liberians. Whether you're Gio, you're from Nimba, or you're from Grand Basso, we are a Liberian first. Until we can think that way, we can be a patriot. But if you're telling me that because you live in Nimba County and I live in Maryland, so I'm nothing because I'm in a small county, then you waste your time. Joe Biden coming from a very small state that only got 3 electoral college. His vice president coming from California, but she could not defeat him in the primary. We come together as a group, CPP, to come up with one candidate that the one we cannot bear. Everybody's trying to say, if it's not me, it's going to be you. You have the right to support. All the way people came out and started to support so early. Mr. Cummings said, let's go to the primary. There will be no consensus building because I will not agree. Let the Liberian people decide who to be the next. And he told ANC, we will not contest. If Mr. Bwaka is the winner, we will support Mr. Bwaka and I will live with it. So we continue to do the same thing. We continue to promote the CPP. Everywhere we went, we talk about CPP. Then you think that want to take somebody's glory. You think that the people that voted for Mr. Bwaka, he entitled to them, or the people that voted for Mr. Cummings, they must vote for him again. No. If Mr. Cummings don't have the message, that's it. Not because you were there before me, so that I don't have the opportunity to run. They're only trying to tell you now, you live out of America, you nothing. You can't go to Liberia and ever run for office because you must wait for your time. It's a dry right, dress right, dress. And now Mr. Cummings have changed the system and saying that the Liberian people must decide. When you're running for office, your responsibility is to visit all the counties because all the counties are Liberians. You can't just choose certain county to say, oh, okay, since I want to win, I will only go, I'm in Monserrato, I will go to Nimba County, and I will go to Bon County, I will go to Magibi. I finish winning election, or I can go to Bassa and go to Lofa County. You win 6 counties. Right now, as I speak to you, you win 4 big counties. You're president of that country. What about the other people in Maryland? What about the people in River G? What about the people that are in Grand Crew? They are Liberians. Not because they support President Weah. We see how the people operate there. No party in America can say you get a base. They based on constitutions and the people. If you say whenever they get it, they select their standard bearer, some of that standard bearer appealing to young people, sometimes college students. That's the people you appeal to. They say, oh wow, this guy, they got a lot of college students behind him. They're not base. The next candidate will come there, he will get all the single mom there supporting him, all the suburban women there supporting him or her. But Liberians, we're so different. Nobody run for vice president, my people. Nobody run for vice president. The president chose his or her vice president. That's it. So let us stop telling people who to be president and who to be vice, who to be this. Who are you to say that? Then tomorrow you will complain. After you impose your own people, then they complain. Oh, and in fact, we know I will let Cummings to go with Mr. Bwaka. Let it there now. We're talking all this thing here. No. Let Mr. Bwaka choose his own vice president. Let him select his own. Let Mr. Cummings select their own. But what you need to do is to go to the convention and you'll have the vote. Darrell still on spoon. Talking about you blame Mr. Cummings for your breakup, your split in your party. You serious for true Darrows? Are you serious? You people damage your party. You damage your party because of the same position, because of your own selfish interest. You are supposed to go and meet as a group in your party. When you come together, you have the right to decide what there for us. You want me to support you. Are you going to give me maybe 3 ministers' position or some deputies? What there for us? They will support you. At the same time, only 2 candidates, only 2 persons have declared their intention and qualified to contest for the standard bearer, Mr. Bwaka and Mr. Cummings. Mr. Bwaka relying on Unity Party and Liberty Party and ALP. Mr. Cummings is relying on Liberty Party and ALP. What is the problem, my people? What is bad about it? These 2 parties don't have no leaders. You listen, let me put it this way. We 4 in the group. We say, let's come together and we'll vote. They ask the other 2, they say, man, we won't get nobody to bring up. I say, okay, I'm running. The other person said they're running. Okay, let's put all our members. You bring 5. Now, this member said running. What we'll start doing? The paper says that I have the right to go in our group and talk to the people. Even to go in your group that you're running against me to talk to the people. You yourself can do the same thing. So then what is the problem that cause? Because the leader for that other group, the leaders for the 2 groups said that they will support you. Because they will support you, so that means I'm not supposed to okay, because they will support you, so I'm not supposed to look for people in the other area too. So you're telling me now. So Mr. Cummings is not supposed to go to Unity Liberty Party and beg the people for vote. Mr. Cummings just ought to sit down by himself and say, well, say Yombly says you will support Mr. Bwaka, so I will not ask. Yombly just get 1 vote. Mr. Cummings got 1 vote. Mr. Bwaka 1 vote. Bernard Ure 1 vote. Dillon 1 vote. We all know where the votes coming from. From the party chairmen in different counties. We all know it's not a hidden thing. So what making them vex? What they not getting vexed for? They try hard, they broke the party down 2017. Now broke it down, but they split the party. Yombly and others went to George Weah. Because Yombly husband died, so she can't support George Weah again. But before, she was supporting George Weah. She supported George Weah throughout when Adolph Lawrence was represented, because Adolph Lawrence went to CDC. But when George Weah was failing, that what made Adolph Lawrence to start speaking out. So she accused George Weah of killing her husband. So she can't support George Weah again. You see that? Darius didn't support the old man. The late Bromsky did not endorse the old man at all. Even Darius didn't never endorse Mr. Bwaka. But today the verse of Mr. Cummings, because Mr. Cummings never came out publicly to endorse. And some of us here, we gave our position and views on that. I say if I was in Mr. Cummings' position, I was going to endorse Mr. Bwaka. I endorsed Mr. Bwaka. Although I'm not a politician, but at least I have my followers and people in Liberia saw me who are voted, who are supporting the second round. But Mr. Cummings has his own will, said, you guys can do whatever you want to do. I'm not going to endorse nobody. But he voted for Mr. Bwaka. He supported Mr. Bwaka financially. He gave more money to Mr. Bwaka than any single UP guys in that second round. Because when Nukwe, the guys and they are all corrupt. They corrupt. Seriously. When I sit back and start to think and what I know now that some of you guys don't know, we got friends in there. When some of us leave the show, people call us. It's just that you can't put your friend out there because it's wrong. They're not on record. They tell you in confidence, you're not supposed to go and call their names, but they're telling you things and you're having a conversation. I had a friend who looked in my face. He said, my man, I can support Mr. Cummings, but my fear here is that if Mr. Cummings win, I'm not getting nothing too. I said, why? Because he worked for Ellen before and he feel that he wants some jobs. So I said, well, you forced to be employed? And the way things looking, Mr. Cummings is going to be looking at certain people and he want people who are, I said, but why are you worried about the job? You worked there before. So everybody, their interest. Everybody looking for the whole thing. Maybe when Mr. Cummings win, he might not even talk to me. So I will not be disappointed because you know what? There is no promise. It's the ideology. It's not Mr. Cummings. It's what on the paper that what I'm looking at in Liberia. So maybe I might not even see it. Maybe I might not be the security will be so strong. I will be all the way. I will be far place. But you know what? I won't feel bad because at least I'm part of the process that will win. We want to be part of the eating bowl, that bowl for every Liberian, for Liberians to benefit from the resources, not for one man. That is why they're afraid of Mr. Cummings. Let me tell you today. It's not nothing. Mr. Cummings, Liberian people, sometimes Liberians they say, oh, we want change and the corruption. Okay, tell me, but they man too straight. People in ANC do the same thing. People in ANC, lawmakers in ANC complain about Mr. Cummings. Yeah, the man, imagine the man tell the man condemn me the 30,000. Yes, he will condemn the 30,000. We don't have the money right now. We don't have the money right now. You can't be crying for money. Then at the same time, the country senators getting thousands and thousands of dollars just to devour among themselves. Then you say you're supporting the people. That's all. That's all we're saying. And Mr. Cummings will not be that president. I'd rather go down with Mr. Cummings. I can tell anybody today, I'm not going to compromise on nothing. I trust Mr. Cummings' ability. I trust the thing that he got on paper. And I trust that because of the way our constitution is set up, the executive has power. And Mr. Cummings has displayed it. He said, if you want change, you must start from yourself. We had a town hall meeting on Sunday, last Sunday. and I was one of the moderators. And we gave the time that, guys, we got 30 more minutes. And after the time, we gave the floor to Mr. Cummings. But I saw 2 person hands will stay up. But I just don't want to go, let them go. So I intercepted Mr. Cummings. I said, Mr. Cummings, I said, I know you're going to get mad, and please, and beg you. Also, I want to recognize 2 person and let us give them 30 seconds each to ask the question. You know what Mr. Cummings told me? He said, Munel, this is the change we're talking about. We all agree that it will be 2 hours and we'll have gone over 2 hours, 30 minutes. And this is the change. If you want us to change the system, we must stand by the rules. And he put me on front page. He up front, he said it. And I said, I'm sorry. But he gave them the opportunity to ask the question and to make the statement. So you must start with yourself. This man tells you behind closed door, if you are supporting me because you're entitled to something that I will pay you, then I'm not your guy. Then don't waste your time. There are other people there you will help. If I lose, we lose. If I win, our country win. This man is telling you that I will go across the aisle. Alva Toba was never an ANC man before. Moriah Yakuba was never an ANC leader before. I myself, I'm not even a registered member of ANC. But I will tell you today, from what I know, if I will register, I will register with ANC. But nobody ever stopped me. So you don't need to be a member of ANC to support Mr. Cummings. But if you want something good, open your eyes. You are a Liberian. Nobody going after you. You are qualified to be whatever you want to be. You want to go home. It's not going to be easy. It will be tough. But we need a leader that will stand up and say, this is it, but this is what we'll do. That they can stand for something and will benefit in 6 months or a year time for us to see what's going on. Our country is rich. It's rich. But every leader try to put themselves aside. Mr. Cummings not a down. Somebody say, oh, Mr. Cummings to go to Maryland, open a rubber farm. Mr. Cummings is not a businessman in that business. He helped people. He helped farmers. He giving them this. Why Mr. Cummings should go dig diamond? He's stealing to him. He knows that he's not benefiting nobody. People say, oh, Mr. Cummings, you got to join the Masonic Temple, the Masonic craft, because when you want to be president. No. You are taking something from yourself. You want to be earnest. You want to be patriotic. You want to serve the people. Then all these things, fine. They will not like him. They don't like him because they know that he's not that type. He's not in that group. He's not in that corrupt group. That is why they don't like Mr. Cummings. Nothing else. That is why they don't like him, because he's not part of that group. He stands for something. And that is why some people, oh, the ANC people get beaten up. The ANC people this, the ANC people that. All the ANC people are country people. They came from poor family. They don't mind them. They just work hard. But in Liberia, when you work hard and you're successful, you Congo man. If you poor, you country man. So Joe, we're a Congo man. Charles Brett, a Congo man. Bernard, you're a Congo man. And Samuel Twer, that who? That Congo man, because he got money now. Natana Market, that Congo man. So you agree to it? Jefferson Koji, that Congo man. Don't allow them to play that nonsense on you. Elite, the elitists. Oh, these people, they're sort of be nothing. Look, politics is not cheap. This time around, we're not going to sit back and allow politicians. We did it to Darius Dillon, the ungrateful Darius Dillon. We did it to him. We spend our money on him. So we are prepared to spend the money on Mr. Cummings. States have decided to support counties with campaign materials and whatsoever. You ain't seen nothing yet. You can give all the names you want to give. We call it on you. If you cannot go to Liberia, call your people. Your little 5 cents, your 10 cents, it can help. If you say you give ANC $10 every month, You in America. Somebody asks a question, and I will tell you, this is something that Mr. Cummings always think about. What role Liberians can play in the economy? No president has brought it up, but you know our own we can say it. But when the plan is not your plan, you can't implement it easily. Can Liberians vote while they're out of the country? Sierra Leone doing it now. Sierra Leone doing it now for the people to vote. But guess what? You can't just be in America and say you want to vote in Liberia. You must pay taxes to Liberia. You must pay something. But it got to be honest and sincere. If every working Liberian who want to vote, who want to have a right, Americans who leave this country, who working, they pay taxes to the country here. Liberians, if in a year time, are supposed to pay $100 to my government, and that money should be transmitted to, they can get somebody involved because, you know, somebody going to get paid. Maybe that money can be deposited straight into the reserve or will be transmitted to, you know, pay taxes, and you get receipts that tomorrow when you go home, nobody can tell you nothing. You see, you need to get some name for it. These are all the things Mr. Cummings think about. But you cannot be. Let me just change. I went to Liberian embassy to get a visa for my wife. While we're there, yes, when I talked to the girl, she was so serious. Oh, you're in Philadelphia, people, you know, so that kind of way. So my wife wanted to, as I think, I said, no, forget it. I'm the kind of person, I don't know what she's going through. I don't know what I get going through. So we took the paper and I fill up the balance thing and we give it back to her. We say, okay, but I said we need a visa today. So we pay extra $75 and they took our paperwork and we sat back. This guy got her only issue. The other people came, hello. What a lady out here in a wet trash today. The guy said, oh, but nobody here. I'm the only person here. And the guy bent her face down. You see, the only thing when they place here, you call, they can never pick up the phone. Then when you come in, they're so rude. They are rude. Look how she's talking to me. So I just watching her. Look how she's talking. Then the guy said, yes, this thing are nonsense. They're representing us and working for us. So I turned around to the guy and said, my man, I said, you're right. They're working for you. But get it straight now. They're not your taxpayer money paying it. They're not your money paying it. He said, what you mean? I said, hey, you pay tax in Liberia? No. The visa you buy, yes, we'll pay them. But it means that you can come and check her up for the guest. Like I said, listen, we don't even have a receptionist here. Maybe somebody was here this morning. But I just come here. I don't see nobody here. From there, they want to apologize because I put in the face. In fact, it was so when I was talking to the girl, look at me, she said, I know you. Because before I gave my number, she said, I know you. I said, well, she said, you always on Facebook. I said, no, that's not me. She looked at me, she said, that's you. So I said, no, ma'am, it's not me. So, you know, I don't want Roma to embarrass me, like to deny, not to waste our time, not deny, but waste the time. So when I start talking, then I said, oh, but she said she's from Bon County. I said, my wife from Bon County. She said, oh, then I said, you're right, I don't want. She said, oh, I follow you all the time. Wow, I like your show. Then I said, oh, you working for the government? You know, working for George. She said, I beg you, man. I said, I like your show. She said, I'm not a partisan. I don't support nobody. Well, you know, but the way we talk to our own people, not because they work with the embassy, so they supposed to serve me the way you go there, you abide by the rules. We got to be careful. Librarians don't know how to ask questions. We go to places, we do all just what to Newark Airport. There's a guy who was just trying to find line. He go to this line. They had 3 different lines. But he tried to get to a line that shut us. So I told my wife, I said, you see that good Liberian guy? You're on the same flight. She said, you know, I said, man, the man trying to find line. And he would finish passing by him. He was to the place that he saw another place. By the time he got there, the Umonto said, oh no, you're on the wrong line. He came back to our line and were in front of him. I said, my man, what's up, man? He answered, you know, doing the checking for the suitcases. You can go there after that. He said, yeah, man, yeah. So I said, but why you couldn't just bear patient on this line? Because we're not patient people. We want everything to be that way. I'm going to play again Mr. Cummings' message on his I'm going to play the 5 whats and how of Mr. Cummings, what he intends to do, his plans for Liberia.
Chicken necro for day.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently, and that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. Our next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we are focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our 5th priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is, first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So, for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after these things called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country, is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. Okay. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government. Because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the hows. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates expiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country. We will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken they grow for day.
Okay, guys, and thanks again. And you just heard Mr. Cummings. I have not seen no politician in Liberia with a platform and continue to speak about it and tell you how. In fact, he have upgraded it now. He consistent about it, and he's saying it. Okay, and Morris, Henry, he said, Henry, why everyone want to become president before helping the Liberian people? And Morris, let me ask you, how many Liberians have you helped? It is not your responsibility to help Liberians. If you do it, it's up to you. But let me ask you the questions. How many of our government officials we have today, who they helped before we voted them in? Helping individual with money is different in president. We are that we gave president today, what will make president. You cannot show me one thing to point to say, you see that where over there was done by Mr. Weah. No. Everything President we are doing now, he trying to do in his own name, that government money. Suppose say, oh, President, we are going to refugee camp. I don't know. There's no record. Maybe he helped somebody. But Mr. Weah ever put one day where in Liberia before we make him president? No. Did Ellen Johnson put one where in Liberia before we make her president? No, she killed people. Charles Taylor killed people. Doe had a bloody coup. So what do you want somebody to do for the Liberian people? Why do you, so you want the corrupt people to be in government, and why other people just help? What are your ideas? You live out of Liberia, you live in America and stay, you guys you don't have that thing in you. That is why if you, Morris, go home today and say you want to run for office, the people will tell you, say you nothing. They will tell you nothing. What do you think you'll do for them? If you don't want, there are a lot of Liberians who don't want to get into politics. That's not a star. But other people get into politics. But most Liberians, 98%, 99% of Liberians who got into politics, that because of money and stealing. Because we see every one of them damn poor. And every time they lose the election, they leave. They come and sit in the States. Where is Mel Jones? Where is Medela Cooper? Where is where his name said Dr. Kier? Where is Barnes? All these people who ran for office. Milton, where his name said Jonathan Milton. Where are they? You can't hear nothing about them. None of them talking. But guess what? 2023, you see all the candidates out again. Mr. Cummings is the only one who going around. Mr. Cummings don't need to get it. But not because we say he don't need it, or he loves his country, he want to help too. The same way we left from Liberia to can hustle, that how Mr. Cummings left from Liberia to can hustle. And luckily, God bless him, and he gone back home. He retired. Just stop it, man. My people, we killing our country. We lying to our people. We making our people look stupid. Who told you? When you say do things for Liberia, where Mr. Cummings was working, he couldn't have opened a foundation. It's conflict of interest. Mr. Cummings cannot open a foundation while work with corporation and whatsoever easily. He retired. He decided to go home. Why you think early on Mr. Cummings, that time Mr. Cummings, I'm running for president. When the Ebola, when it comes help, do all the help, make all the contact. We got over $4 million worth of drugs into that country. Eh? Coca-Cola, at that time, he was still Coke. Coke went to Liberia and gave Liberian government $1 million to help for Ebola. Why you think Honor Ellen gave him the highest honor in the land? Eh? Why you think so? Why are we like this? Eh? The only STEM school in Liberia, do you know STEM? Science, technologies, mathematics, and whatsoever for engineers. Eh? Mr. Cummings has helped with clinics. He built clinics, he built mosques, he built churches, he built universities. When I say building, I mean put the whole building or public university in Nima County Community College. He gave them $25,000 to extend it. He did the University of Liberia. He did the other colleges around town. Somebody, in fact, somebody just, let me go back again and see. Somebody just posted something here. Let me see. Because Liberia, we know too much. That is why, look here. This person said, what has Mr. Cummings, Alex Cummings Jr., done for Liberia/Liberia? The person said, the following are projects and initiatives that Mr. Cummings has funded, leverage his position and network to provide over $2 million in funds and support to Liberia, provided academic scholarship for Liberians both in Liberia and abroad, sponsors the Alexander B. Cummings Innovation Center, African Methodist Episcopal University supported funding for over 20 water projects in Liberia through local NGOs. The person know the story. The person know. So what else? And when we ask Mr. Cummings why he came to Mr. Cummings, say, listen, doing these things, I don't need to explain because I want to be president of Liberia. So, my people, why are we wicked at this? So? We got all the people who get position to the corrupt people. Akara's Gray, who never did nothing in his community before he became representative. Today, he got 5 cars. He got Mercedes, he got a Range Rover, he got all the cars sitting here. You got Buffer Chimos then, who did nothing in the community. Nathaniel Magay, who did nothing. Today, he got everything in his yard. President, we are only play football and was popular. We gave him the presidency, but we said nobody can ever be president. Oh, he would never, Joel would never be. Why you're sleeping? You're living a fantasy world. You think Liberians are stupid people? You think Liberians drink water through their nose? First food are food, second food are not food. Don't let nobody fool you. If you think CPP got a problem, you watch and see. The seditions, if you are a member of Congress for Democratic Change, you know you're not majority in the CDC. The coalition that make up that CDC got more members than you. If they decide today and say, listen, we will take our vote, you are nothing. You are nothing. Your power was only in Montserrat County, and now you have lost Montserrat County. You sit down every day. We're not ready for that campaign yet. We're ready for you for the campaign. You're going to be bouncing around saying, oh, see, people are not whole. See, when we get ready for you, just one message will send to Liberian people. You can pin the Liberia, go up to the hill and come down. That corruption have overclouded your entire government. That corruption and is so legal and clear. The same people who stealing talking about corruption too. They stealing, but they can go and say, oh, you know the corruption business and whatsoever. So you be careful. You be careful. Mr. Commissioner, let me tell you something. Whether Mr. Cummings president or not, we will live with it. We will live with it. Some people, some of us will have prepared to be part of the process. I'd rather go down with him than to stand up and be with a corrupt group of people that are not going to help my people. Just for my own selfishness to join a corrupt group, that my people will not get schools. I will continue to send money to Liberia every day. Every day. Let's take a quick break and only a few seconds break, please.
Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like anti-river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving up away. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, stick. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you come on, man, yeah. We coming. Well, it's gonna be coming.
Very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we are back again, and I will be closing down soon, shortly. And today is Sunday, and I want to wish you guys the best. And let me leave this to you. You know, Christmas is around the corner, and I see some people watching me here who have been trying to call me. I alone cannot do anything much. I've tried my best, and I myself, I got my family to feed. I will help who I can help. Some will get $10, some will get $50. But I want to say this because I just see two names here, and I see they just inbox me again. Please, I will do it based on my conviction. I will do things based on my heart. It's not that I have forgotten you, but you know I have done it before and sent it, but the people plenty. They plenty. That's what we say. They post I put up there the other day. I say, please, guys, if you can even help me with $5, $10, all these things we're doing here, we're doing it for our people. Our faces are out there. And you know, our faces are out there. You want to give my Christmas? Give it to me. $10. It will help. I will convert it and take it and send it to somebody in Liberia. I got a lot of people in Liberia helping. I'm not talking about my family. I'm not talking about my relatives. I'm not talking about my children. I'm not asking you for Christmas for my children. I'm responsible enough to take care of my children. But what I'm trying to say, as a friend and as a follower, we sit, we chat together, we do it together. Not everybody on here to say, oh, Mooney, you got to get. But if you can give me or $10, $5, you want to make it $1, self, I will help, I will accept it. So please, and I'm begging you because it's frustrating and it's painful. But I want you to see into your heart and help somebody in Liberia. Go on Facebook. You don't need to know the person. Download the same wave. You can send somebody $10 for Christmas. You can send somebody $20 if you want to. You can send somebody $100 if you want to. Just surprise them. God will bless you. God will bless you. And, you know, it's not that they must support you. You don't, they're not politics business. But just help somebody. Help somebody for God's sake. If you can do it, fine. If you don't want to, I'm not begging you in the sense that I say, oh, I need money from you. I don't need it. I don't need it. But I myself, I giving it. I can show you my sand wave and stuff here. I can show you sand wave thing here. Just for today. Today is what? And the 12th of December. The last one. These are all same wave that are sent to people. $10, $20, some people $30, but it's not an easy thing. It's tough. It's tough. So if you can help me, I will appreciate it. If you can help me, I will be happy. It can be $10, it can be $5, anything you can give. I'm not joking about it. I am serious. Sometimes it's good, but hey, I can't do more than that. If you can help, fine. If you don't want to go through, that's it. Like I remember I was trying to organize something for Dex, but again, I started feeling embarrassed to ask people. I had to raise $1,000 and I sent it to a group and they fixed the decks in Liberia, the armchairs. And guess what? I bought the armchair from somebody and then they were able to make more armchairs. They were able to get a profit and I gave it to somebody there to distribute it. But maybe, you know, I was like the guy was telling me, now we need to start doing some pictures. We need to start videotaping, start showing. We can help Liberia different ways. If I want to do any help, I'm not going to concentrate in Monrovia. It can be Montserrado County, but Crusoeville, there's a school there, the Antoinette Totmo School. There is no desks. You got 3 or 4 armchairs and children sit on the floor. I'm telling you, children sit on the floor. That is so terrible. Nice building. Eh? You go to Bento this time as if you're in the interior. You go up to Clay Ashland behind there, Carisbrooke, all the way behind Carisbrooke. You look at the place, you see people that wow, so King Jews. It's not easy. Some people can come. It's better to live on that side. So please, I'm appealing to you this Christmas. Put smile on somebody's face for this Christmas. It can be $5. It can be $10. They will find food on that day to eat. It don't matter who you give it to. I know you can buy a beer or pack of beer for somebody, but as a friend, I'm asking you as a friend. Oh, General, I'm not asking you to pay for what I'm doing, but I'm asking you as a friend, if you want to help, you want to assist, I will appreciate it, please. And we can do it. And even if you want to see the names, I can even, like, I want to say thanks to Prince, and there's a boy who in Liberia that I help for schools, for his school fees, and Prince, I sent his number to Prince Williams, and Prince sent money to him, and he's going to school today. He's in the AMU University there. It's not much, So I gave his number, and Prince, I said somebody going to call you, and bam, Prince gave him a call. So these things, it's not about us anymore. God bless us. We're not rich. I was working from paycheck to paycheck. It's tough. It's tough, especially my mother-in-law that passed. You know how much it's not easy thing to spend all that money, but you got to send a wife back. We're gonna bury the mother. You got children to take care of. It's just that my kids, for some reason, they just develop that thing. They're not worried about Christmas. My kids, they are Christian. They go to church all the time, but they're not worried about Christmas. My daughter told me, she said, "Daddy, if you give somebody, I'm happy." My daughter, she said, "If you give it to somebody, I am happy. No problem." But they know I will buy and give. But they're telling me that, "Daddy, my kids don't worry about it." And since 2018, when I came out from Liberia, my attitude, my whole thing changed. I said, listen, that people need us. They need us. That's why you see I start pushing, doing all kinds of things. It's not easy, my people. I'm telling you, it's tough. It's tough. But we can't just allow it to go like that, to say, because that George we are, and this and that. No, we're not praying for any problem in Liberia. We're not praying for nothing to happen in Liberia. But we'll continue to speak out. There will be no war, but we must educate our people, conscientize them in a way that they will understand. Let them to know what's your role in government, what part you're supposed to play as a citizen. You need to clean your surrounding. You need to clean in front of your house. You need to do other stuff as a citizen. You need to pay your taxes. If you're selling something, okay, fine. They need to put things in place. But if you know you're doing a real business, let it be legitimate. Let it be a legitimate business. But clean your surrounding so your neighbor will understand. Get up in the morning. The people then sweep the yard. Find place to put the trash. Don't let Mary Bro come to your house. For them to come and disgrace you. You need to clean the place. Thank you, see you later. That's a fact. It's not a requirement, but he's doing it because he's trying to be generous. He's doing what he can do for his people, but he won't do more than that. He can't change no policy. He can't do nothing. Nothing he can do. Nothing. You see, Morris, let me counterattack. Morris, you don't have the first clue as a Liberian. I'm surprised at you. Mr. Cummings do not give individual money. Mr. Cummings help communities, organizations. So if the how dumb you are, oh, Mr. Cummings is not doing good, you think Mr. Cummings prepared to pay Liberian people's physical cash and say, go vote for me? If that what you guys thinking of, I had to see some stupid Liberians. Seriously. This is nonsense. What? Mr. Cummings, you think Mr. Cummings that George Weah or the other people, or because maybe you supporting Mr. Boaka, you say Mr. Boaka poor, you think Mr. Boaka poor? Do you think Joseph Boaka poor? Do you think Joseph Boaka don't have money? You own your own. Mr. Cummings help organization. They want a guy just right. You think Mr. Cummings was the person who can give people individual money easily? No. And follow history. Try to know something else. All of y'all went to school. Y'all got degrees. But you ain't got one idea when it comes to history. Do you know how Belgium was developed? Through self-help organizations, community organizations. Mr. Cummings work with organizations in Liberia. He do not give no individual money. You getting it? So even if if you want to give his money up, look at that nonsense. Mr. Cummings worshiping the prayer because he giving people money. He don't want to help people. The school that he opened, are you opening it? You think that government schools? The school in Carwell that the women are going to free to learn how to bake, plait hair, and do that your school? Tell me, you're like Brempo, you are so on patriot. When other people do that, oh, we just see people downfall. We just go after people because we can never ever do it. Let me look for your name. I will block you for your stupidity. I don't give a damn about it. Sometimes we got to learn. They think I'm tired, man. We got to learn. We got to learn. Listen, I'm no rocket scientist. We can be teaching you guys every damn day. Okay, I'm going to take you off my list. You don't need to see me. I don't need to see you because you are the guys. You went to school. You people are educated people. What you did, you said you studied computer and whatsoever. You look at you graduate from Tottenham High. You're cardinals and you acting as if somebody who don't even follow the country history. You don't follow politicians. You just get one mindset. I will delete you and I want to be your friend again. Yeah. In fact, you're not my friend, but you're my follower, so I'm going to take you off. Let me just make you to understand. Because you're not going home to vote. You have never been home one day. I show you in our Virginia place that you're sitting there. You went to Williamsburg. You live in Williamsburg. It's a public record I'm reading. So I don't give a damn about it. You're from Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia. And this your page here? This your page? Okay. Let me just block you that you'll never see me again. I see why this is so frustrating. I'm not here to can't waste my time with people. You are an educated guy. You went to school, but you actually making statement as if I beg you, don't get vexed with me that one there. Because I'm not here to can't be teaching people every damn day. Yeah. Mr. Cummings here, he causing a problem because he didn't want to teach nobody to fish. He giving people money. So now you can't see me again. Maybe the day you see me as some kind of program. Look, I look at your profile. I know exactly you can't go to Liberia. You're not going to vote. Me, I told people I registered to vote. I voted 2018. Let me see if I can show you my card now. I tell you, man. And this is my Liberian license right there. You see the one? That's my Liberian license from Liberia. So you must know that I voted. But what my voting card, man? Let me just show the post something here. You sit down in America your whole day. You think someone else would live in America and that's all. You know how painful? You got somebody who run it. I respect everybody who try to run for public office. Until you can cause your problem. We supported Darius Dillon, he caused his own problem. I support Liberians who run for office. It's you're a patriot because running for office is not about getting rich. It's just that everybody, they mess it up now. Everybody want to get rich. Everybody want to get rich. They want to make the 15,000, the 20, the 30,000. Some of them looking for the $30,000. Well, I'm not insulting you because of nonsense. I already block you from my list. I'm not here for that. In the end, Cummings will become a frustrated, old, corrupt politician at the rate he's going. If you think Mr. Cummings is going to get pulled, my brother, you on your own. If you think Mr. Cummings will get pulled, like any other librarians who got money and they make it, forget it, you on your own. Yep, Nelson, that's the fact. Mr. Cummings have done a lot for Liberia than anything. Uh, yes, Duke, you are right. They set the stage for everything. So, guys, thanks for watching. I appreciate your time, your patience, and Morris, I was pissed off with you and I block you. But anyway, it's no problem. I block you. We can still be friends on the other side, which is fine. Okay, guys, thanks for watching. And let me see what's the new comments here. Worry about the good life you are living now. Let me see. Just stop arguing with people. Worry about the good life you are living now. And the person said, my life is damn good. Winning election or not will not frustrate Mr. Cummings. I don't know. Some people, when you see people who make these comments, negative comments against other people, that means, yes, you can tell that they're not supporting them. But if you think Mr. Cummings is going to go broke, you on your own. Yeah, you on your own. Yep. If you think Mr. Cummings is going to go broke, Mr. Cummings money now our money, than our money. Oh. Yeah, man. Because sometimes the guys these are people who went to school, they say they're educated, but when it comes to public presentation, when it comes to their country, they try to downplay other people because they're not supporting them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not here for that nonsense. Whatever he get for himself, he got it for his damn self. I don't care. I don't care. Like, you come on my page and can't say it's part of bullshit. If I see you to a program, just pass by me. If you try to answer me, I will answer you there. So I don't give a damn about it. Yeah, these are all the simple who support the one and who you see. So there's some of them, and some of them don't how they talk. The simple who cause Mr. Cummings all over the place. They're not cussing. They don't talk again. And you see how the internet slow down. They ain't able to cuss again. Let them can cuss Mr. Cummings. Let them cuss Mr. Cummings. Let me read some comments for you here. Let me read some comments. Some of the comments that I kept, I just look at people and laugh. I say, you see there? They to a place now where, yeah, the other one here from. In fact, let me start from. Okay, this one here is from Baron. Baron said, I am a victim because of my overzealousness of wanting AB Darius Dillon. That means he supported Darius Dillon. He said, to retain state power, I took to Facebook and created enemy. Anyway, he misspelled the enemy. You see that some of the things with people, we all misspell. I post things sometimes I misspell because sometimes I got bad habit when I'm driving, I won't post. And sometimes you misspell, but he said enemy, he said ENMITY. Enemy for myself by rebuking his opponent or folks who were saying this disparaging things about his re-election. I even went to the extent of attacking Kwame Weeks and Thomas Fowler and many others distastefully. Never did I knew that they were best friends. If you have noticed me in recent times, I have changed my style of politicking. I am not rebranding myself politically because I too have a political future to protect. So you see, I tell people, cursing your opponent, your man you supporting opponent, it make no sense because they are friends. They are friends. Yes, I regret my action towards all those people are attacked because of Delon. Here is it. Politicians will temporarily support you behind the scene to insult their colleagues and later press behind you to settle their problems with their opponent. The next day, you see them laughing together. And at the end, you pressing higher becomes the victim. You see, some of you who every day you're on Facebook because they gave you $50 and buy minutes, you're cussing people. At the end of the day, you see what happened today? The guy with the biggest talk show, he took the airwave, he cursed Mr. Cummings up. Mr. Cummings a criminal and blah blah. Today, he's not talking because his political leader is not happy within the CPP. The political leader is not happy. So that is why he's not talking. Then there's another one here again from Burma, JV Burma. He left CDC. He started working with Uri or something. He said, Ben Senvi, you touched my soul tonight after what I saw my new political leader, he said his new political leader, Bernard Uri and Alexander Cummings doing these few days. I decided never to fuss with anyone for any Liberian leader again. If by fussing with people on your behalf is the only thing that will make you feel that I am loyal to you, then hell with you. That's the same thing we're talking. Because you left from Joshua, you go to Bernard Uri give you small money, you cost you another man because of Bernard Uri. I'm not going to cost no politician for Mr. Cummings. I will stick to the issues. I would defend Mr. Cummings. I will compare the records, but I would not insult you. I can tell you corrupting and whatsoever your leadership style, but I would not use profanity on you. Because tomorrow, you guys going to be the same one knocking, bumping heads and whatsoever. I won't be there. So you see, it's lesson learned for you guys. There's another one here again from, the one from Heron Pedro Costa. He said, I made the right decision, man. No discussion of CPP internal nonsense for me. So now I am really enjoying my stress-free life. Back to dealing with the weird gang of criminals. Full time. As for CPP, if I like, they can slap or kick and others. One and others say, I don't care. Enjoy my Saturday, enjoying yours, my friend. By Henry Pedro Costa. He don't care anymore because you know what? Bernard Ure is not happy. So it's interest. The people say it's interest. Don't cause people, don't go hard on you. Don't let your emotions move you. Don't do it. Don't do it. I block Morris because these guys are the same followers of the individual who I just read, and they just think that things happen. They try to the same thing. Don't disrespect somebody you don't know. And you think Mr. Cummings going around teaching out money to people? You think that's why? Look, let me tell you today. That's why people who supported Mr. Cummings, they're not from the ANC alone. People in America have decided if I will put my 5 cents, my 10 cents behind Mr. Cummings to help to move around. Yes, Mr. Cummings will put his money, but we will raise the money, we will help counties with campaign materials and whatsoever with projects. It is our responsibility to support our candidates financially. We cannot leave it with him. We cannot. So, my people, I'm telling you, get prepared. Your 5 cents, your 10 cents, see how best you can make a contribution. See how best you can help in Liberia. If you go to Liberia, go back in your community, talk to your people. I see on Facebook, people leave from here, going there and doing it. Please. If you love your country, Liberia, we need change. Change don't just come overnight. We can't go backward. We started with George Weah with a change. If you want to keep George Weah, fine. If you want to find a change necessary, you continue. We need somebody to put that government in place. It's not going to be free. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough for us. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Boyma JV, Boyma left. Now he went and pooped. Bena, you're supporting. Ide Gonglo, since I will be appearing on the Costa show tomorrow morning, I have decided to postpone my Facebook Live at a later date. We will. I said, Jabi, so now look at the post and Jabi laughing with some of them. Yeah. Obe. There's another one there again. Yes, the reason of during the 2017 concocted. Damn it. Anyway, he may spell out and created a story that Mr. Cummings was a gay, and the ANC ignored the story and allow it to linger between at the time of the election. You see, what you trying to say when he brought the story? Oh, nobody attacking, so everybody just let it go. But listen, we will not leave no stone unturned, untouched. You bring any negative thing up, we will react strongly. Like Mr. Darros did not trying to accuse ANC of the problem within Liberty Party. That's not true. Liberty Party caused their own problems. And the problem started with Delon and Yumley, not Bility. And I will give you my reason why. They had a problem before. They came from America. They decided to go and support Mr. Boaka without even consulting the party. So Bility refused to go along with them. And they went and settled everything. He said, oh, Bility changed the this and this and that. But they all complained about that constitution before. They went and settled the thing. They shook hands. They did everything. So she turned around again and made a decision that she alone can take the party to Mr. Boakai to do the turning over ceremony. Instead of doing it to the office, she took it to UP office just because she wanted to endorse Mr. Boakai. You see? And her people wrote her and said, Madam Political Leader, no. They don't have anybody. They're not rep, nobody. They're not participating in the convention. So we all depending on the delegates to win. But they want to control the party. You can't control the people, Dillon. Stop it, my brother. You cause your own problem, fix your own problem. Now, you just worsen the problem. According to them, they have already removed Bilete. Bilete is not member, is not chairman anymore of the party. But to show that they didn't get sense, they went and acquired a new building. A new building. How will you remove the man when the executive committee were not present? How? Dillon, where's the sense? You just wasted a fuel on the fire. We pray to God that you will settle it because we're not happy about it. But I will tell you, if Mr. Cummings make mistake and disrespect the people in ANC, they will take that same action against him. Yeah. We need to change the system. The change must start from us. You understand? They ask the question, Dillon, you pay your dues? No. That's why I'm telling you, any organization you're in, if you know that you don't want to pay and because of protests and whatsoever, pay your dues and you stay in there and talk. You know, you can't be talking and you're not paying your dues. That's small money. How you think Liberty Party is supposed to operate? How you think you're going to buy all the stationery? You need to pay your dues. That's what they say. But we got no fish to fry in it. We got no fish to fry in it. So, guys, thanks for watching. I appreciate your time. And let me see the new comments here. What they say. You are speaking out of ignorance. Damn it. Who the person talking to again? Somebody speaking out of ignorance. All right. Who political life gonna be? Let me see. Oh, family. It's so sad. You know, I understand where you're coming from. By the time he be relevant, he will be in 80s. So you just caught the case. That is why we don't need Mr. Boakai. That is why Liberian people will not take Mr. Boakai because Mr. Boakai now in his 80s and he want to be president. Like you, I know you're a supporter of Mr. Boakai, you understand? So we are not speaking out of ignorance or whatsoever, family. And family, we're not. I'm sorry, not family. I'm talking to family, thinking that Mr. Cummings will be not family. Fangdong, FAHN DUAH. Kamini. Yeah, foreign guy. They speaking out of ignorance. That's a fact. They don't even know what they're talking about. Yeah. Look at. I don't think you know the man you supported. You don't know a damn thing about Mr. Cummings, my brother. You don't know anything about the man you want to talk about too. But anyway, your Boaka supporter, that Boaka who refused to tell the people if he make money. Mr. Boaka made over almost $5 million in salary, but he said he broke because he afraid to tell you that he make money. But anyway, I don't want to go that route. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste my time on that. Because the thing is that you guys don't know. You don't know the truth. You don't know nothing. You just speak because you want to be part of the process we're going through. You know. Uh, it will hear you because Benedict not supporting you. It will hear you big time. Your UP guys and will hear you. You won't do nothing. It's just a matter of time. It will hear your feelings. It will go into your brain. Some of you will get heart attack and all. By the time Cummings become relevant on the political stage in Liberia, he will be in his 80s. And by that time, you'll be what? It will really hear you. Yeah. Benedict really giving you trouble. And Benedict even endorse Mr. Cummings yet. Benedict even endorse Mr. Cummings yet. Oh, you will see nothing. You will suffer. You will suffer. Heron, Heron, let me tell you, I don't take back my words easily. I support Mr. Cummings for president, and I stand with Mr. Cummings. And let me give you one little parable, one little quote for you to take with you. No decision is right until it is right. Because we don't know what will be right. You can say anything, you can say something today and tomorrow is not right. But in life, always acknowledge you're wrong. If you do anything that's wrong, you can take the cow to the river to drink, but you can 1 minute, guys. So I want you to watch, keep this video. If Mr. Cummings do anything wrong, I will be the first person to bring it out. You think I've not attacked Mr. Cummings before on certain things that he did wrong? You think Mr. Cummings is what? The number one is he's not a perfect being. But when he make mistakes, he realize it. When the people, when he went to Cape Mount, when the people picking up or trying to cross with him, I criticized that picture. And when Mr. Cummings was asked, Mr. Cummings said, if I go back in time, I would not do it. I would not do it. Understand? So that's hold on 1 minute, guys. Hold on. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I had to go look at my son. I thought he was, the kids. He on a computer watching his game, but he got an earphone and he yelling. And he's trying to play the character, 6-year-old kid. So I thought something wrong. And when I walk in there, he was still causing noise. So, guys, you are right. Hold this tip and listen to it tomorrow. I stand by what Mr. Cummings, and let me give you another information. If anybody think that Mr. Cummings is going to contest election, if he don't win again, don't waste your time. He would not. We, the Liberians who knew Mr. Cummings, are the one who encouraged him to go for the second term. And we're promising that we will support him financially because we know the importance of this man. We will not ever because politicians, we think politicians supposed to be crooks. We think politicians supposed to be liars. That's how we see all politicians. If Mr. Cummings was a super crook, I will tell you today, he will fit in the system. When you hear people say, oh, Mr. Cummings don't understand Liberian politics. For you to understand Liberian politics, you should be a crook. Yeah. You should be able to hustle and make your way through and spend money to the bunch of corrupt guys. Then they will be your buddies. But they and Mr. Cummings, they're not on the same line. Mr. Cummings too, and Mr. Cummings is consistent. He's consistent to this whole process. That is why he believed that the power is with the people. If there was some corporation, Mr. Cummings applying for a job, trust me, none of them will apply. Mr. Cummings will get a job before them. You know what I'm saying? But Liberians vote for whoever they want to vote for. Some they vote based on popularity. Sometimes some Liberians never vote on issues. You can tell that they don't really vote on anything. Liberians just vote because they want to. When they like you, they vote for you. And when you, oh, damn, I'm sorry, guys. I just noticed that I mistakenly, and nobody could even tell me. I see why. Hey, man. Oh, 215-526 4400. Hey, man. You're sorry, oh, my people. I see why they say that the telephone been busy. Uh, let me see. 215-526-4400. I am very, very sorry. I will add another 10 minutes on my time. I mistakenly copied the number wrong. I got two from my phone. It's going to be 4400 instead of 0044. I am sorry. I apologize. Yeah. I typed it yesterday, but I see what the guy said. The number busy, my man. Oh, boy. So I am very sorry. You can make your call now. You can call in. And I gave you 2 minutes. I see why, Dolo, if you're watching me, I'm very sorry. I see why you call my other number. Because, Dolo got my number on speed dial now. I'm sorry, please. Forgive me, guys. Yeah, forgive me. Hello?
General.
I'm sorry, man. I had a number wrong.
I know you did. That's why I've been trying to call, but I'm not getting through. This Lofa, how you doing?
Yeah, how are you, Lofa? Everything, man.
I'm not gonna explain that.
So what's up, my man? It's an open mic. What you got to tell me, brother?
I ain't got much to say though. I'm just listening to I listened to the podcast, and I'm still trying to put together the DeLorean's interview.
Yeah, they're not trying to put the blame on somebody for their problem.
The shift of the blame for somebody else's responsibility. It's almost like you already know exactly what you're doing, and you're trying to shift the blame on somebody else. But
Yeah.
Again, that's politics. It's like human in nature. Human in nature will always find some reason to justify our action. You have already done what you've done, and then you want to blame somebody else for your action. That's basically what the law and other people thinking that they can get through with. But other people who are already seeing what they want to see, they read between the lines. You can't simply you find yourself you're part of the problem, and then you want to act like, okay, you're not with the problem. No, nobody's going to sit and let that happen. At this point in time, everybody's trying to find something that can find a possible solution. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not going to sit here and play the victim. Look, you know exactly what you've been doing all along. You know exactly what you and Youngly been playing this part. The game of whatever I know is a game of fortune. You all want to get what you want to get, either at the expense of the people or whatever. There's some sort of political benefit to it.
Yep. That's the right word. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what they're doing. They're using the people for their own advantage. And I mean, we're just sick and tired of this nonsense. It's just sick and tired. It's just about time that everybody, he just needs to come out. And I'm glad today he made it clear. He said he will support what's his name? Boykai.
Yep.
And if Boykai doesn't make it, then he will throw his support behind Cummings.
Yeah.
So that's clear. The only thing about what I'm saying here is when you continue to play or gamble the lives of innocent people in Liberia, it's just not fair. It's not fair to the ordinary people that you will keep doing these things to them like the way you keep doing it. It's just not fair. But I'm glad that, he came out today. He spoke the way he spoke, and everybody else who are part of these things has heard and seen who really he is. And that's what it is.
And then if you throw your support behind Bwaka, and another person in your party want to throw the support behind the next man, what are you getting mad for? What is the problem?
Because that's the level of hypocrisy that we see. That's the level of hypocrisy that we see among all of the politicians. All right. So I mean, there's no question about it. We all just gonna have to change.
So he said they already voted to remove. They already removed Billete from the chairmanship position. And what he said,
Well, here's my thing though. With the law and all of these things, to be honest with you, I'm completely done. I am completely done with the law. I don't even want to discuss. I'm just trying to digest all of his statement. And look, matter of fact, Monday, I'm going to repeat the entire conversation and just give people the opportunity to just think it through. Just to think about what the law said today. I am so much, General, let me just stop here tonight. I just wanted to call and say thank you for coming out and having a conversation. It was needed, and everybody else was doing this.
Yeah.
It's very important that this conversation be held so people can voice out their frustration, whether it is done writtenly or verbally, and other people who may pacify other people as associates to other political institutions. All of these things are fine. But at least we know where the law and other people stand.
Yep.
So going forward,
we
know what decision to make, and that's just it. Nothing other than what I just said that I wanted to say. But thank you for what you've done, and that just keep the candle burning and see what happens next.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Julius. Take care, my brother. I wish you a happy week. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, you too, bro.
Yeah. And he said it all because, you know, these guys are like I said, they don't trying to cry, act like a cry baby. And, you know, after they cause the problem and the problem against them, and they want to come out and make it look as if somebody trying to do something to them. And oh, they split. You brought a split in your party. You came to the States, you and Yombly, went back home. You were supposed to at least consult your party, come together as a group and decide what to do. But because of their selfishness, greediness, they decided that, oh, you know what? We're going to support Mr. Boaka. There, anything that's going to happen, I might be president pro tem and you go as VP. And two, maybe the woman may not make it, and that's Liberty Party time. We're all consulting the chairman. I listen to the chairman tips that they're talking about every damn day about tip. Look, Liberty Party has the right to negotiate. ALP has the right to negotiate. But why do you want to stop if you cannot go as a group? Then allow everybody in the party to decide what they want to do. You don't have a candidate. You're not putting nobody up. Oh, you just want to impose your will on the people in Liberty Party, say, we all going this way. That is why you sat there, Dillon. The people talk about black voting. You never open your mouth. You act as if you're so smart. You don't say a damn thing. They insulted Mr. Cummings. They call him criminals. You even open your mouth. They catch up with you. You ain't got no choice. Dillon, just remain, stay with your 9 years. But if you think you're going to win election in Liberia again, Dillon, I rather want to see it. I rather want to see it when Liberian people catch you for you to move from on you hard. Let me tell you today. When Liberian people done with you, when they catch you doing something, and Dillon is ungrateful. Liberty Party was never going to give Dillon a victory in Monserrado County. I can challenge anybody on that. In Monserrado, we were nothing at the time. We defeated Liberty Party in Monserrado County. Yeah. So if you think you people are committed, we got more committed members than anything too. But CPP gave you a victory because you believe in the CPP, you believe in whatsoever. But you left from here, you went to America, you came back. By the time you left from America, you went by Liberia. What you and Yombly did in America, nobody know. Bum. 2017, who Yombly supported? George Weah. You had a split in your party already because the same thing you did. You just went on your own. You left the same Liberty Party and went to Unity Party. You were all parading the place here with you know, listen. Sometimes in politics, these things happen. And you play your politics the right way. Because that to show to you, that is what Liberians looking for. Liberians looking for honesty, honest leader. And you started with it. But it just tells us that, yes, these are the people we're looking for. That is why some of us stay supporting Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings is not a typical Liberian politician. Mr. Cummings is not Darius Dillon. Darius Dillon was parading the street with Robert Salif when they were doing all the stealing, although he was arguing maybe he wanted something at the time. Yes, he was hanging out with them. He was suspended or from Liberty Party or expelled. He went and joined the Unity Party. You know, he quit to apologize. He quit to say he shamed his mom. He disgraced his, he disgraced his mom's name and whatsoever. That one easy for Darius Dillon. At least he can apologize. So I like that. At least he can apologize. Hello, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, my man, this is John. How you doing?
How are you, my brother? How everything?
Good. So, what's going on tonight?
Well, nothing much. I just try to react to Dillon because he get us involved. He got ANC involved. That we are the problem. So I just trying to say, well, we are not the problem. You caused the problem yourself, and you guys got to get ANC out of it. You went and took the the turning over ceremony to Unity Party head office when your entire executive committee disagree. You went there to endorse Mr. Bouaka. That's where you started your problem from. Then today you want to blame ANC for the breakup and all kinds of things when you never said nothing when Mr. Cummings was insulted all over the place. So
Look, I wanted to say Dylan is confused. But he's not confused. He's just a hypocrite.
Yeah.
He's ungrateful, self-centered, condescending hypocrite. That's what he is. And you know, he all try to be smart, uneducated as he is. Listen, the man who acknowledged it today, everywhere they put him, he in a corner and he lies.
Yep.
Okay? He trying to twist their constitution to fit what it is. You got no constitutional standing for one person to jump up and say they're canceling our convention decision. You can't do it. You don't have the executive committee behind you. NEC will never accept that. The political leader in their party has no power. You're trying to talk about the 2015 Constitution. The 2015 Constitution was NEC. Why would they accept 2021? You know, I mean, what kind of stupid lie is this? Who you're trying to impress?
I think this is one of his worst days ever. Maybe he will go start sleeping. He will come out and apologize again.
Yeah, you know. Then you jump out and say, okay, the man did something, the man fingered your document. Why is it not in any other document to say he fingered the document? Even the one affirmative don't have it in there.
Yeah.
So if that was the case, why isn't it in there? Where is the court case? What's your standing to say, oh, and she was the coordinator for the convention. The convention chairman position is dissolved at the end of a convention. You don't remain convention chairman all through.
I think they won't catch up with him because he lied and he think like people are stupid, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they got some people who believe what they want to believe and they can't change.
Yep.
That's the one they call fools.
Yep.
But people who thinking just saw through the guy. You know, then he circled himself around. They lied. Look at the place where the guy they're talking about. He paid $13,000.
Yeah.
Who went and paid $13,000 in that dump site? You know, I mean, they're asking you over or do you pay your dues? Oh, we pay and we make contributions. So the cars, the building, the renovation, and ability, did that reason for him not to pay a due?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Pay your due. You pay your due.
He used to pay due beside all that he was doing. Huh? So you want to tell me? You know, I don't know. The problem is that most of these people on the talk show they're not smart and they don't investigate issues before they go there. They just hear street talk and come and repeat the same street talk. You want to tell me, DeLong, that when Charles Bronson was living, you never did anything for the party. That only your due you pay.
Yeah.
Because if you did something, then you shouldn't have paid your due according to your own reasoning. You know? You only want to say she did this, she did that before. So why you pay due then?
Yeah.
You know? You decided to sabotage the man's operation. The man got back at you with the law. And that's simple as that. How you sabotage abilities administration with cash when you know the man got cash by himself, he can spend it.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna childish foolishness.
Your hands in the lion mouth, then you're knocking the lion head.
Before anything, Musa kept saying, we will will make our decision when the party makes it. Every time the press people try or they interview, Mother will say, LP will make their decision together. Will make it as a unit.
But I what they may be saying. Even the tape, the so-called tape they talk about.
Let him play all his tapes.
Yeah.
Okay? The fool came, the first place he said it was all on Sekou Connect show. Where he started demeaning Bility and saying how Bility he left BM and this and that and all that kind of thing. He left from there and went to Liberia where and said when in that interview he announced because he's so confident. Look, you know, arrogance got a way to disgrace people.
Yep.
You see, even God does it to people, right? When these so-called prophets start acting like God will disgrace them in a way that the whole world can just look at them and say, this one here, you know, he came back and said he's siding with Botai. Still, in Billy's interview, Billy will say, we will decide as a unit.
Yeah.
Until Yombly went and started siding. Okay, you decide for your selfish interest to shift contrary to what the party says. Fine. Both of you shifted because of your selfish intent.
Yep.
Musa said, fine. So you shifted. And after now, the man hasn't announced that Liberty Party supporting ANC. He just cooperates with ANC.
Because they're in a collaboration.
Yeah.
And two Liberty Liberty Party and Liberty Party don't even putting up anybody for candidates.
No.
Eh? So everybody, the UP and the ALP, ANC got to go within the Unity Party and the ALP to look for put a vote. There's nothing wrong with it.
According to their own constitution, since Charles Bronski passed and peace be to his ashes, the political leader position is symbolic. Okay, after their convention, if they don't send, if that political leader doesn't become the standard bearer, it is nullified. The chairman becomes the political party, the political leader of the party and chairman. So it's a symbolic post. And the only reason why it's symbolic because Charles Bronski, before he died, he said, okay, I'll go in charge of the convention. Okay? So she got no standing. He didn't let her act like he know the law. Where's the standing? And why these so-called interviewers don't ever ask them where in your constitution is the standing that you can say you want to. They say, oh, they withdraw the constitution. How can you get no letter from NEC that say you withdraw? Yesterday, the other man sat down on SWA, sat down on Spoon, and said NEC don't have to reply. Then why you wrote them? You know, I'm telling you, the people, it's like when you're looking, you're standing in front of people clear day and trying to fool them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, okay, so Musa cooperates with the ANC because it's that simple. We fall in this thing. We're not sending somebody. How they call it, ALP jump off from the get-go and say they don't want to be a party, they will just support Boga. Liberty Party, who's supposed to be neutral until the end, say, two of you, political vice chair and political leader, jump up and back, openly back Boga. This man still hasn't said Liberty Party is backing ANC. He just cooperates with the ANC as a sister party in the coalition. Then because you can't get your will to damage coming, responsible.
Yeah.
In fact, you three, you Dillon, you Yombly, and you Bernard Ure, you are responsible. And the Joseph Walker is a co-conspirator. Okay? Now they don't want that blame. Talking about military working for CDC,
Yeah.
need a black hand behind. Okay, fine. Money, let common sense take its place. Okay? If I want to destroy something that I'm a part of, is that the thing I will go and spend millions of dollars behind?
Yeah.
So who wants to destroy something? You who didn't pay out the man who pour all the money into it? Who's the black hand there? Who working for somebody? Common sense. Common sense will tell anybody that this man is a fool. Talking about CPP had concluded that anybody could go win. No, anybody couldn't win. Who the hell you think you are, Dillon? What your qualification that you think you were qualified to be senator if it were not because CPP made everybody vote for you? So anybody couldn't win. Anybody couldn't win.
Look at him. He got that the one that pissed me off. That the one that pissed me off.
When no CPP, what was your percentage? You see, that's the thing that happened to this country, right? Everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry believe they can be president, and that's the most damaging thing to this country. Everybody put their hand up to go vote. It used to be difficult for people to even think about it, like it is in every good country. It's not a post for people who are hustling. It's a position for people who already settled.
Yeah.
As soon as you start putting hustlers in these high places, you get the kind of thing we get. And unfortunately, most of our people are not literate enough to understand, to see the clear lines between. So these hustlers are specialized in manipulating the people, keep all lying to them. This man is, let me see what they will do to stop Musa. You the one who illegal. You the one who jump up. And somebody asking them like, didn't go to flow center infrastructure for the what? The something chairman of the how you can say that? Why you didn't call your plea the same thing? Because I your friend? No. People gotta be objective. And the poor thing is that they don't have no investigative journalists.
No.
If they got any journalists at all in our country. Because it seems like the real journalists just sit by and watch, they don't get involved. Because all these children I see running around, and you know another thing I noticed? The children who are journalists in the interior of the country are better than these ones who passing around in the city. Listen to the interviews and hear how these children are articulate. Hear how they remain professional compared to these ones in Monrovia. You know, it always amazes me when I hear that. I said, why these ones should be the journalists in the big city? Because these ones in the big city, it seems like they just going around with microphone. They don't know what they're talking about. You know? And so, Benedict is totally in his place. He would not be able to do a damn thing. In fact, Benedict will end up expelling all of them. Because what they're doing is treasonous to the party. What they're doing is bringing the party into disrepute.
Yeah.
And until some other intervention, which is equivalent to Charles Bronski, Benedict has every capability of expelling them from the party. And that what they're trying to fix now, to make Benedict look like he's doing something wrong. Benedict is standing on the Constitution, and he got the whole Liberty Party, or majority of the Liberty Party behind him. All of that. How can you say you get 11 executive committee members when now they are suspended? The chairman
You're not even supposed to be participating.
It's too
So
funny.
then you come back to blame ANC. ANC milling in your face. Really?
Yeah.
Really, Dylan?
Yeah.
This man has no conscience. He's a hustler to the letter. You now want to implicate the ANC interfere. What ANC did to interfere in your business?
Yeah.
What ANC did? Has ANC ever mentioned your issue? Everything ANC did is in line with the collaboration. ANC asked your chairman asked the executive committee agree, ANC use your place. Your chairman, your political leader, he agreed that's between she and the chairman. The ANC ain't got the damn thing to do with that.
No.
According to your constitution and how your party operate. So you don't send a bearer. The chairman know that you are symbolic post. He running the party. He see you already not take side. Why should he listen to you?
Yeah.
When you didn't wait for the party to decide. Who said you did the executive committee agree for you to go to a unity party program? Yeah, or you think people now forget? The unity party program, what the whole executive committee said they're not going, you say you're going, and you'll win. Did the executive committee agree? So who disrespected the party? Or who disrespected authority? People are not stupid, man. You know?
There's sense.
You need to cut that stuff off.
Yeah, I didn't get sense. That it now they just show.
Military is 100% standing on the constitution of their party. Yombly, Dillon, and whoever else have no standing in what they're doing. And it will backfire on them because when they go to the election commission will say, it's the 2021 constitution we got here. And unless the executive committee of the Liberty Party can say, we want to withdraw that thing, nobody moving it from there. The second thing is that money, there's supposed to be a criminal investigation.
Yep.
If you say somebody alter your constitution, which is at the neck, that you didn't complain about before it went to the neck, how you mind to know? So the same thing Brenda European and say somebody alter. Why is it not a criminal investigation at the NEC?
Yep.
Who's giving people documents to members of these parties? It's supposed to be sealed. That's why it's notarized. That's why it's at the net. It's supposed to be in a vault. There should be a criminal investigation.
And for the Euro, why they can't bring the one the guy in the possession that they think is the real one?
Because they ain't got none. They ain't got none. Anyone in the ANC interview, we put the whole thing outside there. Let them bring something contrary to what was there. You know, they don't have any. They think they lost out there when Yombly accused comics of ignorant document. What he said?
Nothing.
This fool need to shut up.
But
money
that
is, I don't follow people easily. I'm very careful in listening and watching people. Dillon, I always saw him like a corn artist. I never backed him, although I said nothing about it. But I watched him, and every day this guy I don't get disappointed with Dillon because I never believed in him. I don't get disappointed because he just proving my sense of reasoning. Because I look at the man, you know, besides dealing with the Liberian ill-informed certain group of them, what can Dillon Center and discuss? Why since they took over, they haven't had no forum with the whole Monserrato caucus. The 2 senators and 17 representatives. Have you ever heard of them sit down and have a meeting concerning
nope.
Monserrato
Montserrat to make the schools better, to make the children's lives better, to make the people's lives better. Everything you're doing is personal.
Yeah.
The other man go one day, I don't know how many bedroom place. Look at the place. Look at the place. With all the big mouth, you got go outside and find funding. You know, but they can't do it. They say that and just try to impress the poor people who don't know why they even voted for them.
Yep.
This thing need to stop in Liberia. And this is why government changing the whole network on how they do things. Now, every presidential candidate will all have to get off their hiney and go to every county to talk to the people because government's making a force on them. They're not going to divide back or red no more. They're going to go there. They will explain to the people what they're going to do and how they're going to do it.
Yep. That's a fact.
You know, the life is enough.
No free
And
ride.
corruption is enough. Thank God America have finally look at the letter that he really. They read the letter from American embassy. He's still trying to turn it right. He said, "I know what they're talking about."
Yeah.
You know, who gave you money when you were running campaign to rent hall and to rent microphone? That you say the Liberian government need to give you $30,000 more than your salary because you got to rent hall and microphone. It gives you $30,000 to run your office, and when they pay, the government paying everybody in your office. What you running your office with? Even if I was to buy furniture for your office, it should be a $10,000 to furnish your office.
Yep.
So why are you getting it every year? This man must think people are stupid. You look at our country that's full of intellectuals, full of smart people, and you are all educated, fool, hustler like you, decide to stand up in front of people on clear day to insult their intelligence. That's an abomination, and the Liberian people need to get mad about that.
It is. It is.
You know?
It is.
And I'm sick and tired of this. These people they have decided that they will continue fooling our people. Dylan, standing out there, I pay $18,000. You're working for 8 hours a week, making $10,000. You say they will pay you extra because you got to run microphone. You crazy? In this country, we're working 40 hours a week or more. How many people making $10,000 a month? In a country where the average man making 20 cents per hour, they pay you $300 per hour, and you complaining?
Yeah.
How you think the office start living? I don't blame the man. I blame the Liberian people, and I hope these are the reasons they see to put Alexander Cummings in our place so this country can change. This is the reason why Alexander Cummings is necessary for that country. Because people that deal on their corruption will have to stop. They will have to stop.
That's the fact.
All right.
That's the fact. Okay, thank you, my Wallo. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, that was John Mawolo from Maryland, and he said it all. Darius Dillon had just take people up again, and I'm disappointed in him, man. Seriously. They caused their own problem. Now today, they want to blame other people. Yeah, they want to blame people for their nonsense. Okay, guys, listen. I got things to do. I got to cut it off now. I'm going to leave. And yeah, I know you're trying to come up. If you can call me now, you can give me 2 minutes of your time. You can call me on that number. I'll try to send you the link, but all right. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. I gotta leave. And before I leave, I will leave you with this message from the 5 whats and 5 how. So please listen to it.
Kokolioko, 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 chicken they crow for day.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently. And that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. Our next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we're focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our fifth priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the whats we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the whats I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after this thing called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country. Is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the how's. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates expiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country. We will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken necro for day. Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like anti-river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we're sweeping, we're cutting, we're moving up away. We coming, well, it's not we coming. As we coming, we're sweeping, we coming. And then when we meet up, speak, well, it's not we coming. Yeah, we coming.